What up? Let's open POE real quick. How we doing? How we doing? I am currently playing around with the idea of where is it? What's the POV? This is the POV we were looking at yesterday. I am playing around with the idea of using. Oh wait, I just realized something. I shouldn't do that. I should do only one of them. Oh no, it should be Val Summon Skelly of thingy. And then the Val Summon Skelly should be Skeleton Archers. Is this properly doing it? It's saying Summon Skeleton Soldier. But in reality, it should be Archer. Okay, let's plan around just the base Summon Skelly. What up, Arcane? So this is the build we were playing around with yesterday. It's currently a Raid Lord setup, but I'm considering just going a rare helmet, pushing Spectres as a damage source, and Val Summon Skelly of archery. With 9 archers plus the 11 that come from the Val gem, we're gonna have 20 archers that can steadily apply what we want to apply, as well as the mages should be able to apply as much, well, not as much damage, it was a similar amount of damage. This is going to be a build where it's going to be hard to estimate the DPS. It's going to be really hard to estimate the DPS. If I say 20, because it's 20 archers, DPS goes wild. But the thing about this, so this one, I think I'm going to go rare helmet, incandescent, hard to be tanky. The helmet should have some fizz, as the gloves currently have suppress. I'll have to switch them to triad grip. I'll probably drop suppress. But yeah, 4 green triads grip is kind of mandatory if I'm going skeletal archers. This is what I was trying to avoid. I don't have 4 green sockets I would like to use, except I go like hatred inside it. I have to do like hatred there, precision, but then they can't have generosity. So like, I have phase run too, but then they can't have automation. There are so many problems with 4 green triads grip. So many issues, so many. And they all start with removing left click from being a skill. How are we doing, Arcane, by the way? How are you doing today? Hope your Saturday is going good. Mine is going fine. This would allow, I mean, if I were to go the rare helmet setup, then I become a whole lot tankier. Because I would have a rare helmet, I would have the AG, I would have the AG give plus 10 fortification. It becomes a lot easier. It also becomes a lot easier to cap my resist, because I would use Guardian's Blessing on the AG to then, what's it called? I'd use Guardian's Blessing to, what am I thinking? I would have to use Guardian's Blessing to use Purity of Elements, but that would give my resistances steroids and makes me ailment immune and my minions ailment immune. Doing good. Been a chill day, checking out Guardian map at last with destructive play that self sustains on maps, which is pretty good. Yeah, that is that was my former strategy. I enjoy the strategy. My biggest problem with it was it doesn't really synergize well with destructive play, in the sense of you will self-sustain quite all right, and it's always good to self-sustain, but the biggest problem I ran into it was I had so many maps I couldn't run, because my build didn't allow me to run certain maps or certain map mods, and I couldn't sell them because I wasn't like I wasn't hard focusing a particular map, and there just weren't many people who didn't care about maps or didn't care about what map they were running. So like you'd see people buying 8 mod maps, but then they were buying like specifically Jungle Valley or Dunes, and like I'd have only 1 or 2 of them, but I'd have a lot of maps, just different places. Because I'm running destructive play, I have to have the access to like different places, right? So, oh, but yeah, all this time Feeding Frenzy has not been active. If I were to turn this off altogether, and I leave this one on, and I go back to my previous setup, we're looking at 13 mil DPS with 8 Spectres. Then if I go back to the Vow Summon Skelly setup, using Incandescent Hearts, I need to remember something, that I would only have 4 Iris Watch, but I'd have 16 mil. And without the archers, I'd have 4 mil. So my clear damage would look something like this, except it's going to be worse because so this would essentially then be a Summon Skelly of archery build. Because yeah, you have the Race Spectre for clear speed, and I guess 4 million DPS is not bad, but in a tier 17 setup, y'all are not killing anything without your archer skeletons. I'm mostly only running Shaper maps, but I'm also not doing 8 mod maps. Rap Guardian Rotors are my favorite in the game, I think. Okay, that actually makes sense. If you don't run what's it called, if you do not run 8 mods, then Guardian maps sell like hotcakes. You self-sustain the Guardian maps, you get even more Guardian maps, and then eventually you sell all the, if you decide to run them yourself, like the invitations, you can then sell all the fragments you get. It's good money. You just need to have a bossing character, you know. Something like this character could end up being a good farmer for that. Do I even have Convocation in this build? I don't think I do, actually. My gloves, which have my... I do not have Convocation. That is bad. That is awful. I'm just not realizing I don't have Convocation. At this rate, Convocation will replace Frostblink with this setup even. Yeah, I currently have one that can do most mods. New Tornado on Inquisitor with Lore Weave and Eternal Damnation. Damn, that's good. I love defensive setups like that. That's why I'm trying to make a minion build using like Incandescent Hearts with CI. Just so you don't have to touch it. Like early res, you're just taking 75% off rip. 25 is lost to the ether. I want to make spicy defensive builds, but the biggest problem I'm running into with minions is it's really just a, oh, you either go what's it called? It's really just a case of you can't do it on a budget. You just can't do it on a budget. And the more I look at it, the more I realize you just can't do this on a budget. Like, I'm trying to use Tides of Time to get some decent flask sustain. And I guess in some ways I can easily increase the flask uptime if I went Balbala instead of this one. But then I would lose a ton of minion damage. Like, literally right now we're getting 240% increased minion damage. We get rid of that, we're getting rid of a whole lot of minion damage. Like a ton that we have to make up for. But then we fix our survivability. But how do we make up the minion damage? There isn't any easy way to do it. We already have triple clusters. We could maybe make this a... We can't really make it 35% because this one needs renewal. I want them to have that... This one doesn't actually need renewal. We can also replace Vicious Bites with... We would need a Blessed Rebirth somewhere if we're going Skellies. With Blessed Rebirths... I don't know what it is about summon skeletons, but when I think about summoning them, I kind of just go, oh. I don't know if I'm alone. I'm like you go from pack to pack and you summon a new bunch of skeletons. Now, granted, they could shred, but in my head it's just, oh god, I have to press buttons like a pleb. No thanks. Maybe I've just been spoiled by permanent minions. The truth is, temporary minions are probably just way stronger because you can really scale. So let's do this. This is how we're gonna play around with this idea that I had just before starting the stream. Literally, we're going to save these variants. Obviously, it's still Rate Lord, it's still whatever, so we'll go 8. We're gonna save this variant because it's still 13 mil damage. Then we're going to create one. Hyries Skelly Archers. Now this is going to be the template for the non-rate load version, which means we can take this off. We can create a new helmet. If we're going CI, we probably want to get a helmet that is purely energy shield if we can. But we're also going spell suppress, which means evasion ES. Our armor probably suffers a bit, but where's helmet? Helmet, evasion, ES. Then the mods we'd be looking for a level of minion skill gems. This is mandatory. Other than that, we don't need too much. We want maximum ES. We want spell suppress. That's about it. We just want +2 and spell suppress, ideally. Then we'd also want to craft Fizz damage taken as fire until we get 8%. We would then also want to have Eldritch Influence, so we can't use any other weird influence. And we would go... Minions have max life, move speed. Probably effect of Frostbite Curse. Yeah, probably effect of this. Also, Discord DM. Oh, you sent the DM? Alright, let me look. What the fuck? So someone just joined and started messaging people. Yeah, this is my guess too. Alright, alright. Let's see. Where did you come from? Doesn't matter really. It's a quick kick. To tell you how much or how rarely I've had to kick people, I'm not even entirely sure where to kick from. Let me figure this out. Oh, you know what it is? I probably need to switch my accounts. That's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. Hmm. I'm not sure I can't do this on the other account though. Let me try it. Let me try. I'm gonna switch again. I feel like I should be able to do it from my regular account. But like I just checked and the permissions are fine. Done. Yeah, I could. There we go. I just didn't know where to do it. Done. Right click. Right click didn't work. Unless I didn't right click. You know, I actually didn't right click. I had to go into settings and go look for member management and remove it that way. I could have just right clicked. Because I clicked on your profile and it's like there's no band, there's just like block and stuff. I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for here. I feel dumb. Anyways, okay, that's done. I don't know where they came from is my question. But anyways, it doesn't matter much. They're out now. You know what I'm thinking about? If I can push Tides of Time flask uptime, I could potentially rely on it for max res. No. This current version is already too tight on res and suffixes. I would rather not. Though, now that I'm using a rare helmet, the suffix part is no longer really an issue. Like I can actually have suffixes to work with. But let's go force by curse effect. You do this. Ether world. Phase damage taken as fire. Try to get that to 8%. And with this, we should be very, very tanky. We still have +2 levels. Then what else do we want in the helmet? That's all really. From there, we just want ES. We don't care about life, so increase evasion, ES is fine. I would go strength as a suffix, or I guess dexterity is probably the one to go here. This is a prefix, and these are here, so prefixes are full. Suffixes can still take whatever else. And then we switch from that to the helmet. Cool. So now we can use this setup. So this is our main damage setup with Predator as a swap for GMP in the Squire. Oh, you're welcome. So yeah, next things next. We have the body armor, which has our current what do you call these things? Why am I forgetting to just say auras? Auras. Our body armor is an incandescent heart. We can choose to go for the incandescent heart, which would give us 25%. It gives us 25% reduce early damage taken, essentially, like less early damage taken. So we only deal with 25% early damage, period. And then we, before our resistances kick in. I want to have an AG setup. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is I will have to, I'd have to put this in like boots or some. I dread using four green triads grip. I'm going to be very honest with you. I absolutely dread it. There's nothing I hate more. It is the bane of my existence. Now, if we're going this setup, then it doesn't make sense to go Replica's Dragonfang. What's so bad about it? What green gems do necromancers want to use that we can just use on their own? Because we can't use supports is a big problem. You can have white sockets because that would convert to chaos. It has to be 4 green links or 4 green sockets. Even if you go haste, precision, hatred, there's still 1 free. If you go phase run, it's not supported by automation, so you can't. So you have to manually press it. If you go, what's another green? That's it. That's it. Desecrate. There's no trigger. You cannot pair it with cast when anything. There, like the biggest problem is there's no trigger about it, so it has to be auras. But how many green auras are we really running? That's a big problem. And on top of that, it takes 4 sockets out of your build because now you don't have your glove spots to then use. So I would go and always uprising with this version and give it probably haste or hatred. If I give it haste or hatred, I don't like this stats on always uprising. I do not like it at all. But I have no choice. I have to remove a reservation. I can't even use skitterbots for it. So now that I'm no longer going raid load, I can consider using a profane proxy. But I don't need to because I'm not going profane bloom. Yeah, I don't need that. Always uprising, hatred or haste, it doesn't matter too much. Then we anoint. We probably just anoint charisma so we can try to fit in as much as possible. So if we go always uprising, we hatred. I'm going to create a new one. Wrong button. Oh my god, can I type? Okay. Basically, these are my old gem setups. So I want to create a break and new ones. So for the triad, 4 green triad group, that would have hatred, which no longer has generosity. And generosity was huge for hatred because it's increasing. It would then increase the effect, and by increasing the effect, we're then looking at getting more phasers extra, which was huge. Hatred, haste, precision. Like at this point, there's no point in having generosity. What's happening? Give me a second. Yeah, so like I can't even I would love to put awaken generosity here, but I can't. I can do phase run, but there's no automation, so I wouldn't use phase run in this situation. What other green gems do I even have access to that I care about? Like, this is the problem. There's literally nothing. I can't think of what to put here. I don't want to use phase run. I don't want to tap phase run at all. There's no universe where I tap phase run. It just doesn't happen. So, like, what do I do here? Maybe manually cast Desecrate. No, I would have too much to cast already if I'm considering using a gem swap like Predator. I would have too much to press. I wouldn't want to press this. And my boots are already taken by Arcanist brand setup. Because I do think I'm still gonna use Arcanist brand. Also, I'm using the Scarab that makes monster packs in the area have a chance to be replaced by Atlas bosses. That's the wait, what? Isn't that an influencing Scarab? Like, I remember this. Well, no, the one I used was the one that I put them on shrines. There's one that does that. No. Oh, it's Horn Pandemonium. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Are you using this one too? P14 plus maps have a chance to drop a Shaper, Elder, Guardian, Conqueror. Let's see it. 15% chance to be replaced by random Atlas boss. Oh, that is dope. How expensive is this? It's not that bad. It's one divine for 4. That's not bad. 28C. Okay. Yeah, you are using it. Cartography, unique map will drop, and then. Is there a point to this if you're not using the scarab that converts? Okay, I'm back. Conversion. You know what I would do instead of this? I don't know why I don't like it, but I just don't like it. I know there's a good conversion. I don't know the conversion chance. So if it's high on unique maps, then I can understand that. But I would rather go like more map drops here, or maps have higher tier chance of dropping. Like, maps drop 1 tier higher. I would rather go that than this one, because I think that would give me more maps on average than this one. Because this is like, yeah, this is like every final boss. So by having more final bosses, you're kind of guaranteed some maps that can convert. But by having that, even the mobs that do not get converted to final bosses, again, it's like 15% chance. So that means if you want to go by the percentages, 85% of your mobs are not converted to Atlas bosses. Now you have these 15%, and you'd also have the final bosses at the end. Are you running the Wisp one? Wisp notable? If you're not, that might be a nice one to have. This one here. thorough exploration. In case you're looking for something to add, you can add this. It makes it very, very, very rippy though, so be warned. Anyways, as I was saying, so 85% of the mobs are not affected by that unique maps drop rate, and as such, they would still drop maps regularly. Now, if you were to increase the chance that 85% drop maps, or you increase the tier those maps drop, because if you understand like the map equity thing, then by having them drop one tier higher, you're giving yourself more equity with every map that is dropped by the regular ones until you get your tier 14 plus maps. No, I'm not, because the Atlas bosses are part of normal magic packs. Yeah, but this wisp one is less about those bosses and more just about your destructive play bosses, because I think every destructive play boss would have the wisps, if I'm understanding correctly. Because look, it says modifiers to final map boss and apply to these, so you just make sure you save the boss for last. Like you clear everywhere. When you're under 50, you go to the final boss and you would have 3, because the more mobs you clear in the map, the higher the number of bosses she summons. So by fully clearing the map, you are guaranteed 3 additional Atlas bosses. So that's 4 bosses that will have wisps attached to them. And of course, the wisps just increase their drop rate or drop chance or whatever it is. It's hard to say this because I haven't even done 10 sets, but I have 1 quad tab full of converted maps. So 50% sounds low, but I'm literally running out of space and have to make a new dump tab. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, no, the why I'm saying it is, how many, okay, let's say this. On average, how many map bosses do you think you face with the 15%? Like, I would say like 50% of packs, right? So that would mean if there are, let's say, AoE numbers, let's say 30 packs is, should there be 30 packs of enemies, or is it more? Maybe let's say 40. I don't know if it's actually like 40 packs of enemies, but let's say 40. That means 10% is 4, so 6. So that'll be 6 Atlas bosses. That'll be 6 guaranteed unique maps. And then whatever percent chance it is to convert those to Elder Guardian Shaper maps, versus having all 40 packs of enemies, not all 40, because even the bosses have the increased chance for like the bosses and whatnot, right? So then if you went just the drop 1 tier higher, I honestly would go 50% increase map, I think, over the 1 tier higher. But Discord for images. Alright, let me peek. One boss just dropped this. Don't forget they have a huge chance to dupe as well. Oh yeah, you do have the 30% dupe chance. Okay, do you think the duplicated unique maps can like each individually roll the conversion, or do you think it duplicates, and then if one hits, or it rolls for the conversion? If it is yes, then it duplicates and then converts duplicated? Or do you think that they each roll a unique, and then the duplicated unique, like both versions of the unique maps each have their own chance of what's it called? I forget the name. They both have their unique chance of converting. So there is a superior layer of this, and then that's a lot of maps. That's a lot of maps actually. Okay. Okay. This is after 3 sets. So that's 3 sets of what? Each elder slash guardian, or like shaper? So like, is it 12 maps or is it like 24? I think there are two, right? There's the shaper fragments. There's these four, and there's these four, and then there's these four. So there's 12. So is it like after? Okay, particularly shaper. This is shaper, right? Yeah, this is shaper. So these four, 3 sets of them. Okay. Okay, not bad. So that is 12 maps. And of course, you're over sustaining. How much are Elder Guardian maps at this point? 6? Maybe not. There we go. This one is not corrupted. Yeah, 6C. If you get 10, that's 60C. And if you get okay. Well, in that example, 2 maps duped and 1 unique did not. Yeah, what I want to believe, since this is a map boss, is it rolls for conversion. If it rolls for duplication, rather. If it gets duplicated, then it rolls for conversion. If it then gets converted, it would drop duplicated converted. Maybe I would say that like these are probably just maybe if else's or yes, or if it happens for one, it happens for both. Because it's like with bosses, when they roll for like some attacks, there may be multiple hits, but it's rolled once, and that's kept throughout the attack animations for all of them. I bought in bulk for 3 divines for 10 sets, and you're over sustained. Congratulations. Are you gonna run the fragments yourself, or are you going to sell them? I think this is a case of you can't go wrong, really. I think that's what it comes down to. Either works. I don't know why I just don't like the idea of unique maps. I guess the reason I don't like the idea of unique maps is because if it feels I have to deal with a unique map. Now, granted, I don't actually run any of them and I just indefinitely store them, but I still don't want to run it. Like, I still don't want to see it. I don't know why I'm averse to seeing them, but I am. So this is our offering setup. The secret offering. We no longer need Raise Spectre of Transient. So we can remove this altogether. We no longer need this ring. There's 2 things I'm thinking about now. I really wanted my guardian, my anime guardian, to have a guardian blessing setup. This is something I wanted, right? But if I am to do that, then I'm going to need to give it a Mask of the Stitched Demon, which would give it a shit ton of life regen, which is obviously good. It wouldn't have ES, but it have a ton of ES, especially with the new bone barrier. I also get Purity of Elements, which makes me ailment immune, and that means I can drop Storm Shroud, and I don't have to worry about chance to shock Joes and all of that, which also relieves a lot of pressure. But alternatively, I could give it an influenced helmet. Put it in my chest piece alongside Summon Carrion Golem, for example. And Summon Chaos Golem for extra defenses. Give them like Meat Shield. Give them Feeding Frenzy, Minion Life. Feeding Frenzy, Minion Life, what else? And Elemental Army or something, so they can all apply exposure. and then I lose the purity of elements, but I gain increased damage taken by the enemies, which is big. I'm thinking purity of elements makes the most sense. If I do that on my helmet, I can do that on my helmet, use my chest piece for two different things, half and half. I put it for half, half of it would be support minions. So someone Chaos Golem, someone Chaos Golem, someone what's his face? Carrion Golem, give them Feeding Frenzy. That's a 3-link. Then the next 3-link will have Determination, Discipline, and War Banner. That's the next 3-link. I then have a Hungry Loop that would have Bone Chill. It would have someone Skitterbots. It would have Bone Chill, and it would have Unbound Ailments. Now, without this, why is that being so crazy? Hatred has no reservation. Yeah. Oh, wait. I know why it's doing this. With my current setup, I have Hatred already having a good efficiency, so I should just change this to Haste. I'm going to disable everything here. Determination, Discipline is going to the body armor alongside War Banner. This is all for minion accuracy. I think the framework for invitations is what other RPGs should base their endgame system on, at least for the foundation. I'm fascinated by how fun that loop is. Fight a couple bosses and then fight them all in an arena. I don't pick them up apart from Putrid Cluster since it's fancy. Also, to be honest, I'm not looking to calculate insane profits. Too burnt out in trading for that. I want to self-sustain on doing rotation and maybe bulk sell maps later. Yeah, I can definitely relate to being burnt out. Right now I'm farming for profit because I'm looking to potentially pursue this. Fun fact, last night I blew way more money than I should trying to get a minion aggressive wand, and I didn't get the wand, so I just gave up on that. But what I wanted to show is I actually have the bases to start rolling for the 10-link weapon. I opted to not go for one additional craft, but instead just YOLO yeet with Awakener orbs and hope I get a free prefix that I can then put an elemental whatever there, you know, stuff like that. I basically decided I don't want to bother trying to get really good bases, but instead I just want more bases to try with. And the ideal goal would be to get an 11-link weapon, or 12 if possible, given our budget. But yeah, that's my goal for farming currently. That's the only reason I can even bother farming, just because I like the idea of the craft. Now, whether or not the craft is going to be fun, that's a different conversation, because it's not going to be fun. Okay. Also, I should reduce this to 4. I could also do this. If I don't use a +1 Spectre chest, this is supposed to be very, 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 very tanky. That's the idea. This is going to be tanky. Anyways, we have War Banner, Discipline, and then yada yada. We haven't put this setup anywhere, and we need this setup somewhere. Oh God. Give me a second. I'm getting another call. Okay, I'm back. So with the boss invitation thing, I do think the idea of PoE's boss invitation is pretty nice, and I don't know why more. I guess ARPGs don't have a gauntlet type system with different bosses, because it's one thing to fight the Shaper at Ziri Cortex. It's one thing to fight them, but it's another thing to fight them in the field, because like now you have to deal with different things happening at the same time from different bosses. You have to deal with, and then one thing to also not discount with PoE is the bosses are amazing. PoE bosses top notch. Their mechanics are interesting. We can't compare that to Diablo's bosses. Imagine having the Blood Bishop and that skeleton guy from the what's it face from the capstone in the same place. Like, so okay, all right. It's just you're just beating two stat sticks essentially. I don't think they are a challenge. I think it's more just, do you have the DPS to do it or not? It's not challenging. Like, I don't. There's the only bosses of Diablo I would say are remotely challenging are Beast and Ice, Duriel, even Varshan is it's half and half, but he does have mechanics, so I'll give them Varshan. I'm not going to give them the lightning guy. The lightning guy is barely a mechanic. It's just, yeah, you get to move around a bit and then just start sticking. Oh, don't pass here. It has lightning here. It's like, okay, that's it. I think Varshan was heavily inspired by Baran, or is it just me? The whole tile lightning set that they have, it just looks like Varan to me, but worse. I really wanted Diablo bosses to follow a similar course. I like the idea that they were region based. I thought it would be sick farming dungeons in those regions. Could give progress to fighting the bosses, and then you could do a rotation. What do I think? I think because of how Diablo dungeons are, that would not be the most engaging content. And because of the way the system works with the nightmare dungeons or nightmare sigils being, because of the way the sigils are randomized, and of course you can't target any particular dungeon for your sigils and whatnot, this would be difficult to actually implement. They would have to add a targeting system with their sigils to where, oh, I want to farm sigils in this region or nightmare dungeons in this region so that I can get the materials for this. And if they do something like that, it's better. Yeah, like it's just straight improvement, because then you kind of decide, you can then kind of decide to just farm materials for one boss, stockpile it, then farm materials for a second boss, stockpile that, farm materials for a third, stockpile that, and then when you're ready, you blast through boss A, boss B, boss C, boss D, and you get all your materials for like Duriel, for example, and then you go fight Duriel, or in the case of Andariel, you go fight Andariel. Then you, I think, ultimately, right? In my opinion, this is very opinionated and by no means factual. But in my opinion, Diablo's biggest endgame strength and flaw at the same time is the lack of a trade economy. Because they do not have a trade economy, they actually have so much potential that they could play around with in their end game that they're just dropping the ball with. But at the same time, it means like stuff like Uber Uniques. You just have to go pull that slot machine over and over again until you potentially get it. Now, granted, they made it much more. They made it a lot more deterministic to get an Uber Unique for your first Uber Unique at least. They made it so you get like 3 pieces of a 4-piece pie from engaging with like certain content, and then the 4th piece you kind of have to RNG it, which is like a better step, I guess. Seeing as you can convert anyone you get or you drop into the Uber Unique you want. But at its core, it still means you're still farming Uber Uniques. You're still pulling that slot machine until you get it. You're still that's not fun engaging gameplay. That is, I think, the biggest flaw / potential strengths Diablo 4 has. Do I want to see a trade economy? Yes, I want to see a better trade economy. I don't need to see something as, you know, as blooming as as PoE, for example. It doesn't have to be that. But having more uses for gold is always a good thing. Because for the most part, people play SSF in default. Like most Diablo 4 players are SSF. Why? Because it's not convenient to trade. And if you don't want to make it convenient to trade, at least for items, that's fine. But give more incentives to have people like buy materials. Right now, people just buy materials. People don't have incentives to sell materials. Let's say that. Like, for what reason am I selling my 10 Beast and Nice runs? Okay, I sell it, I get gold. What do I do with the gold? I'm still SSF for the most part, so I don't really need the gold. The spider boss dungeon is my favorite. I would say the most frustrating for me, and probably still because of that my favorite, is the drowned woman. You know, the big one that carries that big stick and has puddles of water that can spawn up, and she shoots waves of water. I think that is one of their better dungeon bosses. I do think that boss needs better visual clarity, because her waves, when her waves are spawning, sometimes it looks like they are spawning from the parts where they are actually not, and it's like, I think she needs better telegraph. But yeah, I think that one is good. I think that boss fight is engaging. I think the spider one is also good, with the whole spider with the poison puddles and everything, and watching where you step. I think that's also engaging. What do they have? Another boss I think is fine. Yeah, wolf one is kind of boring, but it's like it's at that threshold where with just a bit more in the way of mechanics, it could be decent. Keep in mind that wolf one was also inspired by a PoE boss. What's the name of this boss? It's part of the maze, the Chimera, I think. Was it the Chimera? The one that has the arena. You have to go stand in the shadows, or it just keeps damaging you. That one. I think it's Chimera, Peter the Chimera. Low-key, I don't like that Peter the Chimera fight simply because it takes too long. There's too many things you have to do. With my current setup, With this current setup I'm looking at, I need a source for this. I need somewhere to be able to place these three. I don't know where, I don't know how, but I need these three. Also, I'm not going to bother with this anymore. I don't think this is an option. I don't have the reservation for it. But on the bright side, I have haste, hatred, and precision. So at least there's that. Oh yeah, I remember the last one now. Dash. That's the last one. So now we no longer need Frost Blink. So now this is the problem. Where can I fit this? I can fit this in place of my support minions, i.e. the two golems. But that kind of defeats the purpose. Have you done T17 Citadel fights? I have done one T17 fight. That was Sanctuary. I plan to do others, but I want to have a much tankier character before I do so. That is kind of my hope / goal for this one, is I get a very tanky character to where I can trivialize a lot of the different mods that we get in tier 17. Like this character should be able to do minus max res because well, mostly because of this, the incandescent hearts. Even though I'm defending with, let's say, 55% max res, you're doing 25% less damage or elemental damage, so it's no big deal. It also has armor and flat PDR, so I'm defending against that. The biggest problem with this is the low ES pool that I'm trying to fix. There is also the alternative route to this, which would be going for a rare ES cloak. If I were to go for a rare ES cloak, I have better reservation efficiency. I would get an extra Spectre, so I'd have 5 Spectres. I would also have a lot more ES, like literally like I could have easily 1,000 ES more. Well, no, maybe not more. Let's say like 600 ES more or something. I could have a big chunk of ES. Then I could have some phase damage. I could have like 16% or is it 18% phase damage taken as, which should also increase my phase max hits. So if I had to do it, it'd look something like chest, body armor, energy shield. I could also get spell suppress to cap out my spell suppress if I so choose. I guess like evasion, ES. No, I meant evasion, ES. And then like see this garb. Then the craft would be essence modifier. Reservation, loathing, 10%. Then we would shoot for some suffixes we need, so maybe dexterity again. Block suffixes, reforge chaos, not reforge chaos, reforge like lightning to get lightning res. Yeah, decent chunk of lightning res, hopefully. Then I would go, what would I go here? Max Spectres, Fractured. I hate that Max Spectres is not here in Delve. +1. Max Spectres. Then that would take a prefix. For the other prefixes, of course, this would be Syrian Exarch Eater of Worlds. I would then go for as much maybe flat ES as I can fit by going for like this. This is 80 ES. Can I get more flat than that? Nope. So yeah, 80 ES it is. Reforge defenses until you get this. Then for the last one, I could then craft phase damage taken as this to give 12% phase damage taken as. This should increase our phase damage of phase resistance by quite a bit. Now our ES pool doesn't improve by much, actually goes down. Yikes. We didn't even go. You know what? I forgot. I forgot spell suppress. That's what I forgot. This is dexterity. Should be spell suppress. That puts us as very high spell suppress chance. Not capped, but very high. ES pool is lower. We have good evasion, so we probably actually got some evasion on like maybe Grace. With all this phase damage taken as, my phase max it is much lower though. Yeah. Okay. In that case, the best one to get is just energy shield. Percent increase energy shield and evasion. This would be the best craft. ES pool goes way higher. Evasion goes way higher. Defenses in this game are so weird. I was so bummed that my deck stacker ended up feeling so squishy in the end. It ended up feeling squishy? How come? So that versus just having the incandescent hearts that reduces elemental damage completely. I'm incentivized to just go the incandescent hearts, really. And eventually I'd want to get this to 30%. And if I can get +2 maximum minions, even better. For support minions anyways. But yeah, I agree. Defenses are... they are the ultimate annoyance. I honestly do not even want to deal with chances of suppress spell damage, I'll be honest. I don't want to. I don't have to get it on my gear. Like, granted, my current gear has like, it's crafted, it's bench crafted, so it shouldn't be hard to like hit, but it also makes the prefixes less impactful. I think I just go pure ES for my boots and I go pure ES for my helmet. But if I go pure ES, I can't get chance to suppress spell damage. Unless I get on like a watcher's eye. Oh, you have chance to suppress spell damage while affected by grace, something like that. If I were to do that, then suppress spell damage cap becomes easier. But that's going to be a bloody expensive watcher's eye. 82% evade, max suppress, and 3.5k life, and 13% phase shift. I did have like 30 chaos res because Garen was sad, but it was insane to see how low my health pool got in tier 16s. Yeah, I think with that setup, do you mean 13% phase was converted to other elements? Did you have armor or slash PDR? Or was physical hits, was it physical hits that were just wrecking you? For me, tier 16 is not even too much of an issue. Like, this would easily run tier 16s. My worry is tier 17s. Tier 17s are so scuffed. Like, they're so scuffed, it's not even funny. And I don't know that you can make a tier 17 farmer on a budget. Not really sure what was wrecking the character. I remember the porcupines hurt a lot when they died. That's physical. So yeah, you needed more phys damage reduction. So your phys max it was probably low. This was the number you needed to get up. The easiest way to do that is to use War Cry. Use Enduring Cry, and you should be able to get 3 endurance charges. That gives you 12% PDR. Once you do that with call to, like, you just free up, if you can free up 2 sockets, you put War Cry call to arms or Enduring Cry call to arms, and you get them to where it's permanent uptime. Not permanent uptime, but like decent uptime. You can get to, like, you would actually, it would be in a better spot. Fizz is such a hard defense to figure out. Yeah. No, I can 100% relate. Like right now, I'm experiencing the same thing where the gear is just so bloody tight. If I want to fit in Purity of Elements with Guardian's Blessing, it has to go in the helmet. If it goes in the helmet, then I have to figure out how to get automation with my Molten Shell going. I guess I could still use Hungry Loop and go like increased duration automation, but automation is a skill gem, not just a support, so it can't go into the ring. And this still does not have convocation. I need convocation. I can't play minion builds without convocation. It is not possible. So I need to find 3 sockets. The easiest 3 sockets is still just my body armor, but then I either give up auras, which is not happening. I can't give up auras. If I get discipline provided by my squire, what does that look like? Then I'd have 2 that I have to run. Determination. My tankiest characters have been Inquisitor for sure, with fractured life regen gear for life builds. That is so underrated. Yeah. Life regen is goated. Life regen is basically does what Leech does for minion builds right now. Because with Leech, unless you get one shot, you're basically immortal to hits. The problem is you will get one shot. You will get one shot. I also need Feeding Frenzy in this build, and if I go AG with Guardian's Blessing and Purity of Elements, then I won't get Feeding Frenzy unless I have like my 3-link supports golems, or I guess I can make it 2-link and just go. I could just make it 2-link and go Chaos Golem, Feeding Frenzy. But where's the fun in that? I want 3-link. I want to have Chaos and Carrion, because the Carrion is going to give everybody more damage. Also, my expectation for live builds gets higher with each league now. Last league I was so hyped to get 3.5k on characters I made. Now I'm grumpy if I'm not at 4k live. Yo, I'm exactly the same. Like in last league, I was fine with 3k. I'm like, oh, I'm at 3k, GG. I'm fine. I'm chilling. I got no issues on this in this planet. I'm good. This league, if I'm not at least 4k, 4.5, if I'm not 4.5k, I'm not happy. I'm like, this is very low. Like this ES I'm looking at, it's stupidly low. Like there is no universe where I play with 3.5k ES. 4k I slap up petrified to stagger that one shot when it happens. Oh, I don't think I can stand petrified blood unless I'm running a low life build or something. I can't do it. If I drop war banner, then I'd have to pick up minion accuracy somewhere. Because looking at this, Harry's watch are on 98% accuracy. Skelly's are on 100%. So even then, by dropping generosity, I need to actually make up for the extra thing I lost. The extra accuracy I lost. On the bright side, I think you can get Triad's Grip. You can get Corrupted Triad's Grip with +2 to auras. If you get +2 to auras, we hit 100% again. Because precision goes to level 22, haste, yada yada. You can also just do this and you have slightly more in the way of accuracy. But that being said, crit is at an all-time low. Another really high defense character is Champs. 40k armor, 40k evasion builds with perseverance are so comfy, especially if you fit suppress in. There is so much potential for, like, I guess other characters or other archetypes in getting tanky versus minions. I think is also another issue. Actually, no, what am I saying? That is the biggest issue. What up, Captain Noob? Welcome. How are you today? I'm currently making a build with a non-Raid Lord build using Harry's Watch and Skelly Archers as the main DPS, and the goal of this is to become a tier 17 farmer. So in the ideal universe, this build will end up farming tier 17s. Now, as of right now, what's it called? As of right now, the build started as a Raid Lord build, and I since got the idea to add Val Skelly of like, I recently moved from Raid Lord to adding Val Skelly of archery. So I haven't redesigned my skill tree by any means. So that's kind of where we're at. We're currently moving skill gems around to then no longer be Raid Lord, but rather non-Raid Lord, to have like an AG, have fortification, have calling strikes, stuff like this. All of this should help increase the DPS. Also trying to decide if to go Guardian's Blessing or just a regular support AG, what to do, you know, things like that. Building a tanky mofo to farm T17s. Yeah, the biggest problem I am running into, especially with this build slash budget, is just budget. I want this to have some level of, you know, budget to it. I don't want to say, oh, spend 200 divines and you can farm tier 17s, you know, like it's kind of, at that point you can just make something else that is way stronger, you know. Or you can slap on, I can slap on a Mage Blood on any of my previous builds and it becomes a T17 farmer. Or I could go for Tides of Time, slap on a Progenesis and still achieve the same thing. Like literally this character I have right here, this one, all it needs is a Progenesis, and if I wanted to I could use a Tides of Time so I have it up in single target, and suddenly it's a T17 farmer. It is easily tanky enough. Like this character already eats good damage. It just needs that extra bit of survivability, and Progenesis will do just that. But then, you know, Progenesis is like what, 80 divines or something. I'm trying to achieve this goal on somewhat of a budget, but even at this, the more I look at it, the more expensive it gets. For example, this Slumlord cluster is expensive. There aren't many versions of what I'm looking for. They're like 2 that have as much minion damage as I'm looking for. You can take less minion damage, but then that defeats the purpose. I'm also considering just dropping it at this point and going Balbala, which is not a bad idea. If I drop this one, I lose a lot of damage, but I also gain ES in the form of this, and then I can run this one extra ES. Life is good. I can use that to scale my ES and become tankier. And then if I just put in, let's say, let's remove this. We're going to find a Timeless Jewel, Brutal Restraints, Balbala, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to still use the tech, and we're still going to do this. We're going to pick this one up. Potentially pick this one up. And then we're going to put this on 0 and look for something we can use, like flask charges. Increased flash charges gained would be ideal. If not, flask effect could be decent. Minion damage is fine too. Flask effects. But then with flash charges, they should be weighted at like 3. This is the most important node. Then minion damage. Where's minion damage? Is like a close second. And then flask effect can be last. So something like this. This one has a lot of flash charges gained, but none of the others. This has a nice balance. This I think has the most cumulative weight. This has like 12. So it edges this one out. But the question is, do I really care about 20% minion damage? Or do I just care about the flash charges? Because if I can get good flash charges, like if I could use this one, for example. Am I even looking in the same place? Oh yeah, agnostic, that's fine. Brutal restraint. Let's see where the flash charges are. Here, on ideal, honestly, here is way more ideal. Not ideal. You know what I want to do? This is fine. Let's search with this in mind. So this is the option here. This is the best option, which should put us at critical chance, flash charges gained, flash charges gained, flash charges gained, and last but not least, flash charges gained. All right, I can live with this. With all these flash charges gained and this having none, if I remove that, I can also remove this one because I'm no longer using Overflowing Chalice. Issue with minions is that they do too need to survive, and that's not a small ask in T17s. I agree. So you need minions that just will survive, and the minions in question will need like in my case, right? With this build, you need an AG that will survive. Your AG, you don't want your AG dying. And when I think of the Lycia fights, especially once this guy becomes involved, what's his face? The Beyond Demon, I forget his name. Once he becomes involved, it's like, how do you get your AG to survive that phase? That is gonna be wild, getting that to happen. Let me see how much DPS this would give me. It's not a bad DPS area. So yes, I was saying it would end up being very wild getting them to survive in that situation. Even if you have Val, Skellies or whatever, pick up the traitor. That's the main thing here. My AG ripped twice in T17s, and I'm assuming you're scaling more minion life than this tree because I have no minion defenses. I planned on getting this one, and I still will, or this one. I think this is going to be my priority. Getting this and potentially max all res is going to be what I shoot for. I really want the convocation cooldown recovery, but there isn't any easy one in sight. I haven't reworked my tree to actually show the non-raid lord version, so there's still a lot to work on here. But I plan on getting at least minion max res, potentially getting leech through like maybe here. I might try to come like here, pick this up, pick that up, see how that goes. Pick up convocation recovery. But yeah, with this setup, we over sustain on our flasks, basically. Is there any flask we wouldn't? Progenesis. Let's say a mid progenesis, right? If I were to put a mid progenesis, is it 100% uptime? Nope. It's 85. It's really good, but it's not 100% uptime, which honestly is not bad. The taste of hate is here. And if I could rely on my flasks for permanent uptime, what would I want to do? I would want to get a Watcher's Eye. Where's my Watcher's Eye? I'd get phase damage reduction and haste phasing. I lose phase max hit from that, but I also gain the ability to remove my quartz flask. Now, in place of the quartz flask, I could go for... I've pretty much given up on perma minions. Temp minions will be fine, but not having an AG nor Spectres means missing out on half the DPS, and that hurts. Yeah. I think Spectres are fine. I've used pure Spectres to beat T17s. The problem with this is like my current build. This guy. I beat my first T17 with the Necrotic Bones Tahoa Shaman like the other day. But like if we look at the passive tree, we're speccing heavily into minion defense. Or I guess not heavily, but it's not light either. So like I need stuff like this, and if I'm going to really scale my own defenses, it's just not an option, you know? Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Honestly, if you wanted to go minions, I'd go for Arakali Snapshot with Squire. The spiders can't die, deal plenty damage as is, and you can focus on your defenses. You wanna know the sad truth? If I really wanted to scale for tier 17s, the easiest way to do it is Holy Relic of Conviction. That's the sad truth. It is so easy to scale them, it's not even funny. You could genuinely have them, you can have many setups with them. If I were to go Holy Relic of Conviction, but that's it. Exactly. So like that's the easiest minion build to do it on. Let's save this so I don't lose any progress, but basically the way you would do it, I'm not going to actually create a new tree, but the way you would do it is you could easily have, there's multiple ways you could scale it, but the easiest way would be, I would use an 8-link setup. So I'd use a replica covenant and I'd okay, now I wouldn't want to convert their damage to cold. Nah, I'm not doing that. I'd use a covenant and use on natural strength. Then using the covenant, I would go Mahuzotel. Do they even need covenant? Covenant is obviously more DPS, but you can actually just go ham on their defenses. I'm assuming it's again nerf, so there's that. I assume it's again nerf too, but you never know. Look at the Guardian's notable ascendancy, the Sentinel of Radiance. It took them 2 leagues to nerf it, so maybe it wouldn't. Who knows? Dialas, right? Dialas is the best way to scale it, but I want to have a defensive chess piece, so I would end up going 7-link without Dialas. So my goal, if I go Holy Relic, would be to hit the 52. It's 52%, right? The 52% break point, not the 83%. So I'd go enhance and I would go 23 level 23 quality, and that should be enough. And that should be enough. If I go Dialas has global defenses, right? So I would just have more ES to work with. It has, wait, it doesn't have global defenses, it just has the socket thing. I was thinking of Skin of the Lords / Loyal. So yeah, if I go for this one, I could easily get enhanced, giving me like a lot of quality. I could get quality of the robe itself. It's easy to hit the 80 something percent. So if I go Dialas, what would my defenses look like? I would go in Mahuzoto and I'd go Tempered by War. This makes it so I would have 80 something percent to I would have 80 something percent to max res. That's what I'm thinking of. Then the next goal would be physical damage. How do I handle physical damage on such a build? I would go Endurance Cry for the with the Enduring Cry 100% buff to get at least 24% max PDR or PDR. Then I would need to go permanent minions to get 10%. I don't know if they count towards Bone Barrier, but I'll need to get the 10% PDR from here. That gets me to 30 something percent PDR without armor being taken into account. Then the helmet is taken because I would have to use Geoffrey's Crest, right? For, is it maximum Holy Relic or something? Geoffrey. Yeah, maximum summon Holy Relics. So I'd have to use this. But then I only have to worry about Fire Res and Chaos Res. Then I would obviously go Tempered by War. I think I already mentioned this. And then from the Tempered by War, I would go for 10% 10% phase damage taken as fire. So that would then be another bit of conversion. I'd go 10% phase taken as chaos. So that's about, we're looking at like what, 60%? Like there's the whole how much is converted? 10% from the 10% to fire, 10% to chaos. Then there is about 24% PDR. And do we have avenues for any other phase damage taken as? Taste of Hate has 15%. So that would end up being 35% conversion. 35% conversion, 24% PDR. Where else are we getting phase defense? Oh no, we can't go Taste of Hate because it converts to cold. Taste of Hate is not an option. Helmet is not available to us. Cloak of Flame is not available to us. I would have really loved to use a Cloak of Flame, which is why I was shooting for the 50-something% quality or breakpoints, because I would then have 40% phase damage taken as fire, and then combine that with 10% from the timeless jewel, that's 50%, and then you have to chaos, so that's 60% phase just gets converted. Then you have the permanent, so you're working with only 40% physical damage or unconverted physical damage that you need to mitigate. You have armor that's going to help, but then other than the armor, you get 24% PDR. So that would be big in and of itself. Aside the 24% PDR, what else is there? What else is an avenue for? You can go block, I guess, to become even tankier, but because we're going on Holy Might, we might have to F Mistress of Sacrifice. Yeah, we probably have to F that. What else? What is a very strong defense we have available to you? We obviously have Leech. You went max block with Aegis and Divine Shield. I would go for some blocks, some crits, some poison. So I go for 100% chance to poison. I would want to make it a hybrid crits poison, so I can, by making it hybrid crits, I can run. By making it hybrid crits, don't minimize. I'll continue my train of thought in a moment. So this is Breach. How much are they going for right now? 1 in 60. If the prices had dropped that much, why is he messaging me? Did people just not respond? Maybe. I went max block with Aegis and Divine Shield. That is in itself a massive defensive layer. Yeah, Divine Shield giving some just flat regen. The reason I don't want to go Divine Shield with this setup is because I'd have to go Aegis. If I go Aegis, then I might have to manually go Divine Flesh, which I don't want to. So like Mahuzoto is just the easy way out, where I go Mahuzoto, I go ham on my Leech, and all my ES goes to here. I would easily have 85%. I would have 80% fire and cold res because of the everlasting sacrifice buff. then I can still get what's it called? I can get to 90% fire res without this buff. Oh no, with this buff rather, with purity of fire. So now all my elemental damage is going to chaos and fire. And if I can convert a large chunk of my physical to fire, then life is good. Then all I'm more then I have 90% res. I don't think anything kills me so long as I have a decent ES pool to work, no, life pool to work with. ES doesn't do anything with this build. So long as I have like 4 to 5k life, I'm chilling. I would also want to use an AG, but if I'm not going minion defenses, then there's no point, it will die. But with this other build, the Archer Harry's Watch, the reason I'm more optimistic about that build is because I plan to have an AG that has Kingmaker. Okay, since Kingmaker is on the cheaper side this league, so Kingmaker will give its 10% just flat out DR as well as to other minions. And on top of this, I plan on giving it the Mask of the Stitch Demon, potentially to have insane regen. And then from this point on, the only way it dies is max hits. Like, it just gets one shot, but it has. I'll be trying to scale its life a bit, maybe not too much, but a bit, to the point where I would have like minions recover life on death could be decent, because I'd have skeletons which would keep dying and giving the AG 5% of its life. But because he already has so much regen, the easiest way to save him would be max res. If I give him max early res, going from 75 to 83, that is huge, you know. What else is there in the way of defenses? In the way of defenses, I can also give it a doppelganger chest piece to reduce the degen from Guardian's Blessing if I'm going the Guardian Blessing routes. So like, it's gonna be very, very strong. I think the AG survives with that build. If I spec even a little bit, like if I spec this node, AG survives, because then the AG gets a bunch of chaos res. It gets a bunch of ES, which then turns to regen, and then it would also gain max res. AG still died to double Uber at Siri Flame Blast, which ignited him. I mean, to be fair, you took him Uber bossing. Uber bossing is different. I want to believe T17 maps are not as bad as Uber at Siri's Flame Blast, because that is huge. But the reason he would even have degen is so I can have Purity of Elements, which would make him immune to said ignite. That's kind of the biggest thing. But if I go irregular non-Guardian's Blessing AG, without the degen from Guardian's Blessing, if I still go the whole regen thing, he doesn't die. If I don't go regen, there are use cases where he dies, where like he takes insane poison damage, and now he just degens through, even though he has ES, and dies. Or I don't have Purity of Elements, so he's not ailment immune, so ignites could be a problem. I think these two nodes are nodes I would want to take if I'm going AG, simply because just flat PDR is always good. Purity of Elements would solve my resist, so if I can rely on my flasks, then my armor is solved too. The problem with everything. It's just you're going in too many different directions. The strongest. So this is the thing I've observed from the past like couple weeks of just looking at builds in general, because I have been looking at a lot of different builds. The strongest builds in terms of like pushing endgame content are builds that are able to convert. They are builds that convert suffixes, which are typically just defensive, into offensive power. What do I mean? For example, mana stackers. Mana stackers are stacking a suffix in the name of intelligence, which gives them energy shield, but it's also giving them mana from different mods on their gear or increased spell damage or whatever it is. Like they're scaling this, which is then scaling their offense. So they have the prefixes, which are typically the offensive affixes, as well as an extra offensive affix in the suffix region. So they're able to like double dip with that. But the problem with minions in this same context is that you have so many different avenues that are pulling you in different directions that it almost feels awkward. You have your minions defense to worry about. You have to worry about your minions offense. You have to worry about your defense, but you also have to worry about supporting said minions. So you have to worry about your reservation too. It's like there's so many different there's so many different things pulling you in different directions to where it feels like you just have too much to do. Does that make sense? It's like instead of having synergies to where, oh, I'm scaling my let's say my health, and that's scaling my minions health, so I double dipping in that regard. You're either scaling your minions defense, or you're scaling its offense, or you're scaling your defense, or you're scaling it's just you're scaling one or the other. That's why I've given up on minions. I think I'm going to create one character, a new character this league, or two new characters actually. I'm going to create this one. I'm currently making the Harry's Watch skeletons because I just miss using an AG and all of that, right? I miss having that defense or having that play style. But other than that, I'm going to make a self-casting build. I'm either going to make a mana stacker, which I think is going to be what I already have this POB for as a template for what I want. Experimental, I don't remember which one it was. Absolution, I think it's this one. Basically mana stacking absolution of inspiring, where you scale minion. You're going to be scaling minion damage, which will give you double that in the way of increased damage because you're using absolution of inspiring, and just going off of that, trying to scale mana. But this is an archetype I have zero experience in, so I might actually be better served. I might be better served if instead of going my build, I went something like mana forged arrows. Like I go a mana stacking build that's already being played, and I go from there. I heard minions who summoned me. What up, Heliax? Welcome. How are you doing? So something like that might end up being what I shoot for. So just so I can feel I can feel what it's like being a mana stacker. B, I can what's it called? I can learn the things that actually really contribute to my damage, and like I can see different interactions and whatnot. And C, I can then transfer this knowledge to my character. Like right now we're looking at it doesn't have too much in the way of life, but we are going pure ES with, and we have 6k ES already. I don't even remember. We have a lot of empty slots. We have no flasks. Our res is still in the negatives, but we're already looking at a 12k max hits, 7k. Like this is just dumb. Like this is what we're looking at in the way of max hits already. We do not have literal we have literal empty slots, no flasks, I think we have a defensives. I think we have our arcane cloak. Yeah, we do. This is like the whole thing. Like we're already looking at being this strong. Like I don't know if that makes sense. It's mind blowing just how different it is. And on this setup, ironically, I plan on going an anime guardian. The reason for the anime guardian, what was it again? I think it was to give me calling strike, like kingmaker type defenses, as well as some other things. So I'm just trying to make it very defensive, so it can actually give me like kingmaker buffs, maybe Leer cast or Crown of the Tyrants with lightning, and then maybe Scorch. You know, just support stuff. Playing WoW minions until D4 minions are out. Lol. Enjoy. I have only played WoW minions once, and I didn't get too far. I've never been able to start WoW and keep at it. I don't know what it is, but I've just feel that it's consistently, very consistently. But yeah, this is something we're looking at. We also went Indigon, but there's a universe where I remove Indigon. Yeah, I might do that. I don't know. We'll see. So I basically might just end up going something. I saw a very interesting setup the other day where a dude was using Aldin Claw. Let's see what the claw does. Aldi Claw. Increase fist damage. Fist damage leached as life. Enemies taunted by a war cry explode on death, dealing 8% of max life as scales damage. Increase war cry effect, and war cry skill cooldown time is 4 seconds. Plus a war cry link to increase AoE and use that to clear with minions. The problem with this setup, if you were to use this claw, is what the opportunity cost is. The claw is not bad, but then you lose access to like this as a 7 link, or I mean 10, 11 link weapon. And if not this, you lose access to, was it this one that, did I have any weapon here? No, I didn't. But you lose access to, what are we looking at? This. Plus 2 minions, attack cast speed, minion damage, trigger. You lose a lot, is the biggest problem. Now, if you were to go weapon swapped. Explain. Like, he would weapon swap for single targets, is what you're saying? Charged into a pack, war cry, swap, convocate minions, everything explodes. I don't know why, but that swap made me weak. So that means he would then have to swap and then go into the next pack. Doesn't that like pose problems for like survivability if your offhand is not as good as your main hand? I assume it's going to be as good, but it could create problems in that regard. Not to mention, if you forget to swap, you just have zero wave clear. I mean, it's an interesting playstyle, but it just seems it seems iffy, basically. If I turn this off, I turn this off, I turn this off, do we still have access to 100% uptime flasks? No, we do not, except the really good ones. So if I were to do, and this still has 110%. So if I go 20%, now we get 100% uptime. Now we can leave the 30%. But the problem with this, I now have to get mods. I don't. Nah. I would rather not. Search. Either I go 20% increase flask effects, or... Well, I guess there are only 2 nodes now, right? Yeah, there's only 2 nodes. Depends on the minions, but yeah, it's an annoying playstyle, but it was interesting to say the least. Yeah, if you have very, very single target minions that have like bad wave clear, like let's say, I think our Kali spiders have decent wave clear, but like if you're using deadly tarantulas, maybe. Where's the brutal restraint? This one. It would then have this one, as well as flash charges gained, flash charges gained. This gives me 100% uptime, and as such, I don't need this impossible escape anymore. It's still nice to have for these 3 nodes. Don't get me wrong, like I can still kind of save points here. But isn't there a better impossible escape? I'm thinking if I get the one for here and I go flasks. If I go flasks, then I might have better uptime on like the progenesises. So if I sort this, let's say impossible escape, instead of being for the agnostic, it was for arrow dancing. I would obviously lose these, but I would gain this, which includes flask effects. And if I gain that, I think progenesis then becomes 100% uptime. An average progenesis, that is, becomes 100% uptime. With this combination, we effectively have a mage blood with tides of time. If we have a mage blood, we can reliably get. Yeah, even basalt has 100%. If basalt has 100%, that is a mage blood. It's effectively. So how would I manage my 4 flask slots? Because I can't put the last one, or just buy. I don't want the mage blood because I have a unique or 2 unique flasks I want to make work, i.e. Taste of Hate as well as a progenesis eventually. Because like mage blood is like 80 something divines. I can farm for it, but I kind of don't want to. Mage blood, I see mage blood as being easy. So if I had to, it would be Taste of Hate. Or how to manage flash, do it like me, the lazy way, just manage all your resistances with it. I mean, that is basically what you would do. You'd get max res with your mage blood. You'd get max res. You would get melding. And then you'd go with that. Like, I even have a question. What does the early res look like now? You can only get 20% additional early res unless you go bismuth. So if you combine 20%, if you combine 20% with bismuth's, was it 35%? Where's the bismuth? Yeah, that's 55% all early res. With the effect we get, so if I were to do this, for example, if I went bismuth and I created it and I gave it early res during effects with max and increased charge recovery, everything else drops in terms of uptime because we're using all 5 flask slots. But this is 100%. Don't forget quality plus 22% lightning flask plus 30 all res. The question is, would I find this with quality? I would have to corrupt it myself to see if I get quality. Because these are all 20%. Going beyond 20% is just RNG. Because once you corrupt it, to the best of my knowledge, you can't adjust the quality. It's you either get 30% or you don't. So if I were to do something like this, I have haste. I have haste, right? So I don't need quartz. So I go bismuth, and then I replace my granites with like a sapphire flask, for example. No, I'd go for a topaz flask because lightning res is easy. I'd go for a topaz flask that gave percent increase armor during effects and charge recovery. These two would be 100% uptime and everything else would be 85% uptime. This stuff hit is still 100%. So I guess there is a universe where we don't even bother going Balbala. But there's also a universe where we do, because we need this flash charges gained. We need this one too. They are needed to get to the point where we're currently at, as well as this flash charges gained and this one here. It's all necessary. Yeah, it's all necessary. Maybe not this keystone if I go for 5, but so long as these two have 100% uptime, these are the most important. If they have 100% uptime, then life is chill. Then I slap on a melding. Try to get as little in the way of early res as possible, but max res would definitely need to be -4. Put the melding in here. Now we need to work on our resistances, but our max hits are still looking pretty good. We would then need to come here and replace something with something else, like Watcher's Eye, for example. Where's my Watcher's Eye? Can I get face damage taken as lightning with purity of lightning? Yeah, I can. I can do something like this to get 8% phase as lightning. Then I replace determination with Purity of Lightning. Now our armor would suffer for it. We're already down to 15k armor, which is not good. But we now have 83% max res. If we put this, if we give it +1, and then we give it increased effect on us, we can get to like 84 max res. If we can get to 84 all res with an incandescent heart, our early max hit would be huge, but our phase would suffer. So how do we solve the phase? We can obviously still use a Taste of Hate to get phase as cold. So even with the Bismuth Flask effects, it's still just 5 max res. I mean the Topaz Flask rather, it's still just 5 lightning res. Because we have to get 5. It means we're getting 5 from here, right? What? Why? What? Yeah. We get 5. We get 5 lightning res from here. We get 1 from here. That's 6. That's 81. Then Purity of Lightning is currently giving us like 6 or 7. I'd have to go here to see how much effect. It's giving us 6. Yeah, 6 max res. 651. That's 12 minus 4, 8. That's how we're getting 1 extra. I'm not accounting for. Which one is that? Not sure which one it is. But in any case, we'd be looking at being very tanky to early hits. So how do we solve phase in this case? Incandescent Heart doesn't solve phase. Put Purity into a Viv Insect. That's the one that gives levels, right? +5 socketed aura, but then it has reduced reservation efficiency, which I don't care too much about. It also just comes with minimum endurance charge. Oh wow. I think you forgot something about the early flask. Increase effect of flask. I didn't forget that. I can't use that. I'm not using a Mage Blood. I'm using a Tides of Time. If I were to get increased effect enchant. Oh, this is the Unveil Ring. Oh, that is huge. What would we get though? Endurance is not bad. I'll talk about tides in a bit. I guess strength and dexterity is a good one to go for. Minimum endurance charges makes it so, or there's no maximum endurance charges. If I go Warcry setup, I could easily gain a bunch of PDR in this setup too, like 24% PDR. And it also give me a whole lot of resistances to counter the effect of the melding. How much attribute does it provide if I go strength dex? 33% with catalyst to attributes. 39. Oh, and if it's max, it's oh, and that would replace the hungry loop. Then I guess this would go in there. Vivin sect, purity of lightning. Okay, so before we go any further, oh, so now we get to 85. Nice. Let's show what Tides of Time does. Tides of Time provides flash charges. You get 3 charges for utility flasks every 3 seconds. It goes from 1 to 3 of each type of flask. So life flask 1 to 3 every 3 seconds, mana flask 1 to 3, utility 1 to 3, and then flasks have 25% increase effects. That's it. So that's what Tides of Time does. So the reason I can't go for the enchant you're talking about, the no, you don't have to press them. You have to press them, but you can just use the instilling orbs to get your use when charges reach full. So I wouldn't go for... I never played the budget Mage Blood. This is a new item, so it hasn't even been here before, like today. Before like this league, I mean. But anyways, the reason why we can't go for increased effect is, as you may have noticed already, if you went for increased effect, then you wouldn't gain charges while it is off, and you wouldn't have it automated. So, you know, I'd rather take the automation and 100% uptime. Yeah, it's a budget Mage Blood, essentially. I'm trying to make this build as budget as possible. So if we're looking at this, right, we still have phase damage taken as fire. We have 16% in the helmets. So let's just do some quick maths here. Let's just do some quick tracking because I keep forgetting. So we have 16% phase damage taken as in the helmets. We have 10 in the tree. So that's 26. We have Taste of Hate with permanent uptime, so that's 15% permanently. That's 41. If we slap on a... what's the name of this chest? A Cloak of Flame, we would take more elemental damage, but then this would go straight up to 81%. We'd have 81% phase damage taken as elemental. Now this would affect our ES pool. I think if please check if, okay, let me see. 21. It doesn't, but if I go 21, let's see. It's still 5% already because we're at 25. This is 26. If I go to 26, I don't think there's a difference, honestly, but if I look at Herald of Purity, we're at an aura effect of 0.57. So I just need 0.3 aura effect from somewhere to get the last bits. I genuinely need just +3. Our reservation is currently looking good. We can't fit in a determination. So what if we did this? Instead of Spiteful Presence, what is here? Let's see everything that's here. These are all 50% auras. What if I did this? 80% increased mana reservation efficiency, and then I had a second one that would give me, what's the name of it? Like if I created a new one basically, and then I put it like, we have an empty socket like here, for example. So cluster jewels, small cluster jewels, mana reservation efficiency, reforged lightning to get. I didn't take note of the name. Did anyone take note of the name? Electric presence. Okay, it's this here. Pure aptitude. Then we go max ES, and we go for anything else. You can go for anything else here. I just go all res. I don't care what goes here, because this is what effect would be. I don't have effect right now, so everything else is just bonus. Then I put that here. Put that here. And I go this route. And I then go back into my chess piece and put determination. I should be able to, right? Oh shit, I can't. Even with the reservation efficiency, I just can't do it. Probably because of the Vivian sect's reduced reservation efficiency, to be honest. But the Vivian sect is also the reason we get to level 23, which gives us the extra level. We have charisma. Yeah, but then we won't be able to cast our curse. We're not going to be able to cast anything unless we start using like life tap. That's the problem. Getting to 0% isn't enough. If we went to like use a rare chess piece that had reservation, I guess that would be enough. But then I wouldn't get to use Cloak of Flame. It's like if I got to use Cloak of Flame in place of an Incandescent Heart, that fixes fire res. Lightning res is also easy now. Cold res is all that's needed. Phase max hit is 80 something, is 42k. Yo, this is a tanky as shit character. ES is suffering, but tanky as shit. If we have this levels of like defenses, we don't need spell suppress, so we can save points on spell suppress. Helmet looks like helmet we can get ES from because we have evasion ES. We also can get more ES from here. We're looking here. The only compulsory thing here is level of minion damage and 16% fizz as sticking as fire. Those are the compulsory things in this helmet. Anything else can be like I plan to change the helmet. I don't want this base. So even going at this, so long as we're able to get this 100% uptime, I'm fine. Crafted with mana reservation essence. I mean, we can take a quick look at what that would look like. Craft of Exile. Simulator, helmet, int, hubris circlet, none of these. Essences, loathing. The condition is +2 plus level or minion skill tier 1. But this is a prefix. So how would I do this? Because loathing is a suffix. Unless I get fractured +2 minion skills, that would solve it. Give me a second. I think that would solve it. I have to go pick up some stuff from downstairs. So give me about 3 to 5 minutes and I should be back. BRB. Okay, not quite yet. I'll probably go down in like 3 minutes. So we would have to look for a base that is a pure ES base. So requirements minimum 1, maximum 0, 0. And it has fractured level all minion skill gems. Minimum 2. This is gonna be expensive. Just 10 divines? Shit, that's nothing. That is absolutely nothing. So if I pick this up, for example, this is probably what I'll look for. This isn't bad, but I'm looking at the energy shield. This is just slightly more energy shield. So like this one is how I would craft it if I get. So import item, no, create an item. Helmets. I don't even need to do this, to be honest. I already have an idea now. So it would essentially look like helmet ES hubris circlets. It would have level of all minion skills 2. And how do I fracture on POB? I know if I go into here and I do this, it fractures. Fractured. That fractures it, but that's the only way I know how to fracture it. I give myself an essence of loathing. %. This helps me reserve unreserved 63% mana, which should be enough. Or 63 mana rather. And with the essence of loathing, we'd be shooting for a res, cold res, let's say, because Cloak of Flame takes care of fire res. And once we have our cold res, and potentially we'd want an empty suffix, I think, so we can craft dexterity or strength, whatever. We'll go strength. We'll craft strength on it, or strength and dex. Strength and dex. So something like this. Then for this one, for this step, we just reforge until we get either max ES or max, like increase ES or max ES. And we can always, if we break it, we can always use Eldritch things for it, right? No, what am I saying? Craft this. No. We need to craft Fizz taken as prefix. Okay, so we're looking for flat ES most likely. Either or is kind of what we're shooting for, but if we get max ES, good. If we get increased ES, good. Increased ES seems to be better actually. And then we just give it Searing Exarch, Eater Worlds, then Frostbite, Curse Effect, Eater Worlds, Fizz taken as fire, 8%. Something like that. Fizz max hit is this, elemental max hit is that. 85% all res too. On reserve mana. Yo, this is looking very tanky. Looking very tanky. And in terms of our damage, if we drop spell suppress, we don't have to worry too much about damage because we can actually just get like some extra minion damage here. We don't have access to the jewel we had, but we can kind of make do with going like this. And ideally going like this, but I don't know if we can fit both of them. You know what? F it. We'll try to fit both of them. We'll try to fit this. Or is this going to be more DPS? $11 mil. No, it's not more DPS than this 6. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 points. So if I had to, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this is more point efficient for damage, to be honest. But this also adds to survivability. So maybe odds are what we're gonna do is we're gonna only go for this part here. And then we do this. Something like that. I don't know. 3-3. 11.7 versus 11.6. Not too much of a difference, but there's a difference. Anyways, BRB, I have to go down now. I should be back in like 5-10 minutes. Okay, I'm back and I'm exhausted. I had to lift something heavy. Ooh. Anyways, with that change, we are 85 auras and we have 81 is taken as, I think. Actually, let's look here. There's 48, 8, 8, 20, 10. It doesn't show the total, right? We still take some physical damage, but not much. So looking at 40. Ooh. 8, 8, 8. 20, and then 10. 94% is being converted. Keeping in mind that Taste of Hate has 100% uptime. This is not bad. This is not bad at all. And this is okay, this is not immune to negative max res. It is also not immune to early pen, because it shifts from fizz to elemental, right? But the elemental is taken as elemental. Don't need determination then. Yeah. We have 94%, so really realistically only have to deal with 4% of armor or fizz damage. And in that case, we can switch to like Grace. You know what this means? If we switch to Grace, we don't have to use dash. So we use Grace. With that being Grace, we can then remove determination altogether. Oh no, Grace is here. Determination can then just dip and we can replace it with like Frost Blink as our mobility skill of choice. Something like this. We do not have phase run, which is a shame. But we have a lot of movement speed. How do we have a lot of movement speed? It's taking this into account. That's why. It's also taking this into account, which we don't have currently. But look at what Molten Shell does to our max. It's big. Let me think. We wanted 21 discipline. Ideally. Just 21 of all of them. Frost Blink we can leave at level 1, to be honest. We still have physical damage reduction if our ES is full, right? ES stun threshold. Yeah, less physical damage taken. Instead of this, we have to go light radius now, since we're not going incandescent hearts. We're not going cloak of flame, so light radius doesn't automatically shift. So we need light radius. On the caveat, we don't need less physical damage taken. We still want to have a defensive. What can we do with the remaining 3 links? I want to have Steel Skin, Phase Run, and Automation as the last 3. But I also want to have light radius with CI is always 100%. Really? I didn't know this. Is it? Because you're either full life or you are dead. Oh, is that how it works? Light radius is a stat which affects the maximum radius you can see in low light levels. Light radius further reduced by the current percentage of your. Oh. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. You know, in my head, light radius was just based off of the your like max health. So if you have a max health of 1, your light radius is shite. But seeing as this is no longer the case, how much ES does this give us? Near 200. Yeah, this would be nice to have with this helmet. But if I go this route, I won't have Feeding Frenzy. I want Feeding Frenzy. I want Feeding Frenzy a lot. We also do not have an elemental army support minion. I also need that. So there's a universe where we go summon Carrion Golem, elemental army Feeding Frenzy. There's that universe. Either I do that or I go for my defensive like steel skin, which would also still like, where is it? This one? But instead of this we go steel skin. Why is this not increasing my survivability? Do I have steel skin somewhere else that I don't know about? Why is steel skin not working? There we go, it's finally working. Maybe I disabled. It had to have been disabled or something, I don't know. Okay, so yeah, it increases our max to like 38 Ks. And it also gives us bleed immunity. We can get corrupted blood immunity from a number of different sources, but bleed immunity is not the same. This gives us, well, it depends. If it's off cooldown, would want 21. If it is on cooldown when I start bleeding, it might still be deadly. But for now, this is fine, I think. I think this is fine. So am I just going to give up Feeding Frenzy? In theory, this should be enough damage. In theory, this should be enough damage to do tier whatever's. Tier 17s. If I am this tanky. I went from not having enough suffixes to having way too many suffixes. I can't cast Summon Skeleton of Archers. What is the mana cost of Summon Skeleton of Archers? $106. That is a problem. That is a big problem. I no longer need the granite flask either. Enlighten. Enlighten would take one more socket that I don't currently have. Is the biggest thing. I could give up one max res and move my purity of lightning away from the ring. I don't want to do that either. Let me think. Local flame is too huge in this setup. It is too huge to just pass up. We aren't using block either. So with this setup, we can officially go Jade Flask with increased evasion rating during effect. Making it so our evade chance is 75%. So we definitely do not need block. Where am I getting spell suppress from? Where am I getting spell suppress from? Oh, the boots. The boots. The boots I need to replace. Boots, energy shield. Sork boots. I actually do not need influence boots anymore because +2 to level of race Spectre is nice and all. It is nice and all. But they aren't even my biggest damage source anymore. You know one thing we could do too? No, we can't. I was gonna say what we can do is we can have multi-mod with mana reservation efficiency, ignore the res, and then just go face damage taken as fire and +1 max skeleton. And granted, we can do that. This is something we can do. We're picking up max skeletons on the tree. We can go for this node, but we'd lose cold res. If we were to lose cold res, I have to make up for it elsewhere. We have more than enough suffixes to do this though. So maybe that's what we end up doing for the helmets. Swords. So instead of this, it goes to this. It goes. And craft up to 3. This is the only suffix we have, so we're looking for only this and no other suffix, which is. So we do that and we try to annul anything else that doesn't come with mana reservation efficiency, essentially. Then you get this for the prefix, and you get this for the suffix. And then the code res we make up for. This is permanent, right? Yeah, it's permanent, so that's fine. Code res, bone ring. You just need slightly more code res. Yeah. So with that, we have one more skeleton in a single target scenario when we have our Val up. We can also have a swap in the way of like, we can get rid of, let's say, Jade Flask if we don't need it, and go for a Soul Ripper. This is a swap flask we can have. So where we can have, let's say, 50 maximum charges. And because we gain... we're gaining like roughly 2 charges a second. We can fill a 50 up in like 10-20 seconds, give or take. And so long as we're alive for 20 seconds, we would get a natural Val, use Val Skelly. That would be over. Then we pop Soul Ripper, we use Val Skelly again. Then when that is done, we might have another Soul Ripper. Might. Of course, we can't spam it, but that is an option that is available to us. Did they change Soul Ripper? Why does it say consume 30? Hasn't it always been it consumes all the charges you give it? Or am I bugging? We can add an enchantment to this one that says we don't care about its duration, we just want it for this. So we want it to have increased charge recovery. It already has poor uptime as is, but it's over 50%. The current duration is 7 seconds. In those 7 seconds, let's say we gain 3 charges every 2 seconds. We gain 6 charges. So no, we gain 3 every 2, so that would be 9 charges gained versus the 50 cap in this duration that we would lose. But as a result, we gain 80% increased charges at every other time. Is it worth it? I don't know if it's worth it. I'll add this to the build though. How do we solve this cost? I'm not going to do life tap. Enlighten. We have this charisma already. We're already using this wheel. Easiest way is to get another small cluster, but I kind of want to avoid another small cluster. I'm still holding on to the potential, to the possibility. I'm still holding on to the possibility of using an adorn, but with all the uniques I'm currently using, there's literally no points. Why would I go that way instead of just doing this? This also gives a ton of dexterity, and I'm just not realizing it. So now I'm just going to get a ton of dexterity for having this. Oh, that makes life very easy. So we need to shave off 6 points. How do we shave off 6 points? We can always take from here, but I don't want to take from there. We can take from here, but I don't want to have less ES. Instant leech is mandatory, so we have to be in this vicinity. We can, I guess, do this. We can go for, I guess we can take this down by 3, so we can go for a 9 passive. Yeah, I don't want to lose all of these, I'll be honest. I don't want to. Like, it seems like it's so bad for my DPS, not to mention even this cluster will be bloody expensive. So then the question is it even worth going for this cluster when it's this expensive? You know? Like, if you're not going to take everything in a 9 passive cluster, what's the point in going for an expensive cluster? We can skip that one. Let's use the 2s. I'm saying as we are not close to losing our max res, we can lose those points too. We can technically just drop these points. That puts us here. We have a good amount of, we have the needed amount of we have the needed amount of points, so now we can start working with this in mind. We need to get to this region for here and this and CI, but this is mandatory. This, however, is not. So I can do this. Shouldn't know what am I doing. I can just do this and drop this entire section. That gives me 3 points to work with. I can put that in damage, but I want to put it here. I want to put it here. This should help my AG a lot. Might as well grab the other Leech Wheel and drop Ghost River. Why? Ghost River is the only reason we can Leech ES. We're CI, remember? So we kind of have to use this area. Or do you have something else in mind? I would also like to fit in more minion defense. Okay. If I'm to fit in more minion defense, how do I do it? This node is now important since I'm using skeletons. It is important, I have to go through it. I would like this one, and I would like a different minion defense mastery. Maybe instead of this, I can do... There's no easy way to do it. This is the shortest path to here. And it will allow me to get max res. But then I lose all the points I would use to get here and pick up Convocation. I like how I said Convocation and I clicked Leech. I still need hmm. What am I doing? This is the part where I really have to figure it out. I want to have these three. I don't think they are negotiable. If I'm going to have these three, they would be in chess piece. Now, granted, my golems are not the most important. But at the same time, they are nice to have. Very, very nice to have. Like insanely nice to have. What if I went support? If I went support Spectres, and I just fully leaned into Val Summon Skelly of Archery, what would that look like? I would have an extra gem I can use for Val Summon Skelly, and I would have supporting. I would have support Spectres in the form of like, let's say I turn this off so it doesn't affect my DPS. I would have like Frenzy Monkey and Power Monkey, and then I'd have like I could have like a, what's it called? What's the name of this thing called again? Pale Seraphim. That's what I was thinking of. And then because we're going cold, we can still have a Primal Crush Claw, which increases their damage taken. Do you have sockets to spare? Because if you still have 2 free gem sockets, you could run Anathema and scale with curses like Frostbite, Early Weakness and Punishment, or Assassin's Mark. I still plan on having early weakness with my AG. I plan on using early weakness, and I plan on using Scorch Boots, I think. Early weakness, Scorch Boots, additional Curse chest piece, and Kingmaker, Mask of the Stitched. Now, if additional Curse chest piece is not an option, I'll have to go Windscream. But I plan on using early weakness. I do not have free gem sockets. Is kind of the biggest problem I'm running into now. Because I need the gem sockets to have my defenses, which is this. I can still forego phase run, but I would really like to have the movement speed. I can forego it if I need to. I also need to have a cluster that has Blessed Rebirth, which I guess in many ways my last large cluster, this one, can forego Vicious Bite for Blessed Rebirth. Okay, I guess it's this, so it has to. Feeding Fiends has to go. Oh no, I guess I have to use a medium cluster. Oh god. Why? More points? Okay, let's do that. It's just so point intensive. Everything is so intensive. It's like, oh, you think you can't even have half a gem of socket space. You cannot have half a point of skill of levels. Levels are just so important. I would like to build this with level 95 in mind, but that's not possible. I can barely build it with level 100 in mind. Minion health. So we want Blessed Rebirth. This is non-negotiable. And we want Dread March, most likely. Yeah, Dread March. And then here we can pick up minion regen, we can pick up anything really. Is there minion move speed? No? Okay, we'll just go minion regen then. Life from death. Minions require 4% life on minion deaths. Regenerate 2% of life if a minion has died recently. Minions have this. I mean, that's a good call actually. Have a 4 socket please, or 5, either or. And it would have to be in one of these other areas. So let's do here. Medium cluster. Life from dead, blessed rebirths. With that. And then we put the, was it Watcher's Eye we removed? Yes, it looks like it was. We put back the Watcher's Eye. It gives us blessed rebirth, it gives us life from death. We might, because we're going skeletons, we might want to go enduring bond. I'm also now realizing, because right now skeletons last how long? 20 seconds. So this is how long I'll vow someone's skelly lasts. 20 seconds. I guess it's not the worst thing. Not too bad. By any means. Could be worse. And drop 1 nodes from the tree. That is true. With the amount of minion defenses we're expecting, they will die in that time. With skeletons constantly dying, does it make sense to still go life regen for the AG, or should I just take the increased energy shield that the AG gets? To be like bigger health pool. And you know what I hate? I hate that I'm still working with a 3000 energy shield pool. So Vow Discipline might honestly have to be a thing that we... No, we have Leech, okay. We don't need Vow Discipline, we have Leech. Let's take off these. So why am I not just going full summon skeleton of archers is my question to myself right now. Why don't I just embrace the fact that skeleton of archer build and just go with it? Because then I'll need to use Ray Spectre elsewhere. If I also stack Dread March, I have heard Dread March and Renewals. I have heard that I can sustain Guardian's Blessing off of Golems. I mean, it's still the same thing. It still takes 4. It still takes 4 sockets to still do that because it's the Golem. But then I get Feeding Frenzy because it will be Golem, Guardian's Blessing, Purity of Elements, Feeding Frenzy. It will be that. But I don't have the points to. I don't have the points to pursue this idea. So still not an option. I don't like the fact that they have no regen too. So let's do that. Can you use life tap with ES? It costs life, so that means you can't, right? Because it's not damage, it's cost. The reason to go 11 link weapon is because you're going permanent minions that you don't have to worry about the cost. Why is this not affecting my DPS if I'm changing it? It just shows someone's skeleton. You know what it is? I might have to do something like this. I might have to do something like this with all someone's skellies. It might just be the way. Is this just the way all someone's skeletons is? There we go. See, it's now changing. Yeah. So it's for someone's skeleton of archery that has the quote-unquote bug that it wouldn't change here. But the moment you go to the regular Val Summon Skelly, you can change from soldiers. Like here, I can go to caster. So that one stays caster, but this one never just moves. Regardless of what I put here. So that's kind of annoying. But it is what it is. Give me a second. I'm back. Right now, you are miles away from sustaining the mana cost anyways. Yes, I am. The build has come such a long way since we shifted to non-raid lord. It's so much more promising. There are still more than a few pitfalls though. Like we need mana regen. An easy way to do that is to get this one. We can do that. I just remembered we actually don't have this mastery. This gives us some mana reservation. It takes us up to 172 mana. At 172 mana with 31 mana per second, it will take us a while to summon everybody. This is another source of mana reservation regen, but we don't want that. Holy shit, this is tricky. And keep in mind we're already 3 points above where we should be. Where did we put the extra 2 points we had? Oh, by the way, we can get rid of this, I think. We had some free points. What the hell did we do with? Oh yeah, we'll put them in here because of regeneration. Just passive minion health regen. I guess we have renewal, so we do have some passive regen. It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. So I could probably drop this. Again, if I go support Spectres, I get stronger Val Summon Skelly of Archers. Much stronger. Because then they would have like... They probably don't have Frenzy and Power Charges permanently there because... Like... They're not permanent Spectres. They're not permanent minions. You should go Divine Shield with 96% Fizz conversion. The first line is the problem. Cannot recover ES to above armor. So armor has to be higher than our ES pool. Right now it should... Right now it's still not a problem, but we plan on getting more ES, so... And then 3% of physical damage from hits is regenerated as ES per second. That's not much that's not much in the ES. Because if we take a 10,000 damage hits, like a 10,000 physical damage hits, 96 or 9600 is going to be converted to other elements. Or was it 96? It was 94, so 9400. So we only have 600 to deal with, and then 3% of that 600 will be transferred. So that's not much. 10% is 60, so 30 is 5%, 3% is like 20. And it's regenerated per second. That's not impactful. If we had to, we would go for the recover 5% of ES when you take physical damage from an enemy hit. That's the one I would go for if I had to pick. That's the one that I can deal with right now. I was just looking at the 100% mastery right there. So we have one option essentially. We have to go Guardian's Blessing. It's not optional, we have to. because we made this entire POB thinking we are going to have an AG that would give us purity of elements, which is where we get our ailment immunity from. Anime Guardian, Guardian's Blessing, purity of elements. We might not need purity of elements having effects. What do we want having that extra effect? Purity of lightning is an option, but then it's not worth it to go Guardian's Blessing because that's a 35% aura. But if we had purity of lightning here, I think we would actually easily get the extra 86%. We still don't. Go by 21. It would have to be 23 to give us extra 2%. So we would have to have a helmet, or in this case, what unique are we using? We don't have a unique that has sockets except my gloves or my body armor. So that's not an option. Okay. Well, it's good to know. Good to note. Haste is probably the best bet. No, it can't be from our gloves. We don't have any. We do not have anything in the way of green socket auras that can live there. Oh wait, we do actually. Because if I use haste comes, no, haste is already free. Haste or hatred is free. Hatred can do with it, actually. Hatred. Currently, haste is free, right? Yeah, haste is free. So if hatred comes out, dash can go in. If dash goes in, frostblink can come out. If frostblink comes out, we have one more socket to work with. One more. This can you see how we're scrounging for scraps just because of how freaking tight we are on anything? It's wild. But anyways, hatred and then meat shield. I don't know what I'm going to do with that free socket, to be honest. I do not know. Well, hatred moving here increase our DPS because now we're converting more phase to extra cold and then we're doing more cold damage. And if we switch Raise Spectre, into what's it called? Into a support gem, our summon skeleton costs go up even more. Naji. We can't do that. We might have to get mana reservation on our rings. On our single rare ring. It might be a case of this fire res is redundant. We can have mana costs. 5% reduced mana costs. And just be slapped on there. Now this one's mana cost is down to 100. We also have reduced mana cost when we're on full ES. Courtesy. This one, I think. Yeah, it's this one. We have a lot of unreserved mana now since we moved Hatred here. Which, oh yeah, we actually don't save anything because now Purity of Elements is supposed to go in here. So we actually don't save it even in sockets. It's still bad. It is still bad, and unreserved mana is now down to 104. Why is this? Is this Hatred? Yes, it is. So instead of Spiteful Presence, where is the small cluster jewels? Instead of Spiteful Presence, we're gonna need something else. Like this one. Grace Mana Reservation Efficiency. And we're back. So instead of having 5% reduced mana costs, take us from 105 to 100. We're honestly better served just going -7 to mana costs if we really want to. But beyond these two things, I think the smartest thing to do is regenerate 4 mana per second. Because it increases mana regen by 6. That puts us at 40 mana per second, which should take us what, 2 seconds? 2 to 3 seconds to get back the mana for another recast of summon archers. Because a good chunk of our summon archer damage is just going to be Val. In the ideal universe, in this setup, we are not going to summon our skeletons until we meet a rare that needs the extra damage, and then we summon the skeleton. That is going to be the idea. Either that, or we have to reintroduce determination and go +1 Spectre, because +1 Spectre is it's a very big multi. It's funny that that reduces the mana cost more than reduced mana cost, but it is what it is. Can we get the same thing on the Vivian Sect? No, we can't. All right. Like if I were to add one more raise Spectre in this build, that's not too much damage. Let's look at Skylark's build. This is, I was messing around with it, so this is just 32. Why is it just 32? What are the things I removed again? Config, that's what I removed. Oh yeah, I haven't actually added Calling Strike or anything for my Aegis Kingmaker or Ellie weakness on hit gloves. I forgot to do this. I already have fortification here. Nothing else is on, right? Yeah, it's only fortification. I mean, I've had fortification all this time. This is why I like turning things off once I finish checking what I'm checking. Where does it matter? Manage, new, AG, save. Let's go to AG, Kingmaker. We want it to have. We don't care about what he has, to be honest. Increased physical damage is fine, but we don't care what he has. Fortify. Where's Fortify? Are you fortified? Yes, 10. There we go. What builds Skelly Archers? It's supposed to be a Skelly Archer Hyries Watch hybrid. Basically. Kind of what we're playing with. By the way, Kat, how you doing today? I'm thinking Mask of the Stitched. Honestly, you should go Divine Shield higher. I'm gonna bounce. All right, Captain Noob, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I appreciate the company and the thoughts. It's definitely, it feels good having someone to bounce ideas off of, you know. Cheers. Let's go max ES. Now, Mask of the Stitched is there. The gloves are going to be, what did I say for gloves? I just said early weakness on hits. I want additional curse chest piece. I'm okay. I don't know what game to play. Oh, you and me both. I kind of want to play this build, but I kind of don't wanna. It's weird. Like when it's ready, maybe I will. But there are still so many things I have to figure out, and the biggest of which is just mana cost. Because if we have a summon skeleton of archery in a 10 link, 11 link setup, the problem is then that mana cost. It has many support gems. It's like 100 mana per cast right now, 99 actually. And I have 180 something mana, which isn't bad, with a mana region of like 33 per second. So it's not bad, but I can't get my max skeletons out at a go. My Harry's Watch should be good for clearing the non-tanky things. But at the same time, it's like, do I really want do I want the playstyle of using skeleton archers? That is the question. I don't know. For the gloves, what gloves can I go? I can go Gravebind with Scorch Boots. Scorch Boots, I think, are a no-brainer. Like, I think going... What is the name of the Scorch Boots again? Legacy of Fury. That's the one. And having max increased effect of Scorch. Did you know the nearby on this Scorch is just god-awful? I used this on my main character once, and I regretted it. So this, if I want even extra wave play, I'd have to go Gravebind. But the main thing I want is the Scorch. Are the enemies scorched? Where is Scorch? Does this mean the Scorch is going to disappear the moment I switch? So what games are you considering? What are your options? I think the game I'm going to play when my stream is done is I'm going to end up playing some Mana Lords. I got it pre early access by having played it. I don't know why I haven't gotten it. I don't know why I haven't played it, but I haven't. You have none to consider? Do you want to try maxing out your no rest for the wicked? I don't know. I have no intention of opening no rest for the wicked for what will probably be maybe months till a big patch. Essentially, that's when I'm gonna check it again. Do I want the extra explode that Gravebind will give? Do I care for it is the question. Do I care for it? I mean, extra explode is always nice, right? But it's fire. I'm not scaling fire. I am scaling elemental, and we scorch alongside early weakness. It's not bad. Kind of thinking of playing around with ice golem standard SSF. I mean, you very well could. The question is, do you think it's something you would like? It's different, but is it something you would like? Why can't I think of the boots of the gloves to use? There was a what's the grasp, is it grasping vine? Inextricable fates. You gain 3 this when you take a critical strike. Nearby stationary enemies gain a grasping vine every 0.5 seconds. These are boots. Is there a reason to use this? I remember someone mentioning they were using it, and that's why it just came to mind. I just forgot why. I don't want to start any big projects. I kind of just want to play a game and have fun. I know the feeling. It's in moments like those I play League of Legends and I instantly regret it. Inextricable fates. I mean, if you're looking for suggestions, what can I suggest? What are good games that are out right now? The game scene is very, very slow. Mana Lords is about all I got. There is Stellar Blade if you're interested in roguelike, in Souls like rather. While the less movement speed from grasping vines is capped at 90%, you can never reduce an enemy's movement speed to 0. Slacking such as 50% hinder from Stormbind can hinder reduce enemies to 0, which will prevent them from losing stacks by moving. Oh, that's interesting. All damage inflicts poison against enemies affected by at least 3 grasping vines. I'm sorry, what? Oh, equipping this on an AG will not allow the player or their other minions to poison. It's only the AG that can poison. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. I was like, isn't that just broken for the AG? Like, what the fuck? But yeah, it is it is. Anywho, what else am I looking for? Obviously, that's not an option. I would like to get craft body armor. This is going to be quite the expensive piece, so I'm going to end up having to. It's going to be armor ES, I think. And seeing as I don't have determination, this is going to be rough for my AG scene because I don't have determination. I have grace, I have discipline, so he has a lot of regen, but he doesn't have too much armor by itself. I'm thinking of giving it, was it Crusader? Which one has the explode? I would like to give it explode, but I also want to give it there's another mod I'm looking for. Extra curse. Extra curse is for what? You can apply an additional curse. There we go. That means grave bind is necessary now. And then we just give it percent increase armor and ES as much as we can. Anything else is just extra. It could be like chaos res. We elevate this one too, just for the fun of it. I realize I don't think Ice Golem of Hordes will work on League Star without all of the primordial jewels. You need to give them a whole lot of CDR for their Cyclone ability. But other than that, they also need a lot of attack cast speed. Might be the thing. Where's that Hallberg? What I just crafted right now. This, it needs to have the modifier Animate Guardian. Oh, it's a prefix? Oh. In that case, we just go for none here. Then gloves have to be grave bind that are corrupted with elemental weakness on hits. Am I missing any piece? Boots, gloves, body armor, helmet, weapon. No, I am not. Then I can easily come here. Go elemental weakness. Oh no, I think I already have elemental weakness. Never mind. It's already here. Fallen strike, yada yada. Oh, here. 10 mil coming from archers. If I give them frenzy, they go to 17. If I give them endure, power and this, they go to 20, which is wild. But I just don't have the socket space. This goes in helmet, by the way. I don't forget. I could do a code convert zombie golem setup. My biggest issue with code converts is the gloves. I hate those gloves. But yeah, you could go for a zombie golem, you could go crits. There's a lot, you have a lot of options available to you. If only I could fit this cluster here. If only. Could hit 24 mil. But alas, we can't. We also cannot hit Feeding Frenzy. I would like to hit Feeding Frenzy, but I can't. I also would like Exposure. I cannot. Only thing I can think of is if I were to remove this for a Hungry Loop. But I lose 2 mil DPS. What if I did that? In the second ring, I just put someone Carrion Golem. Summon Carrion Golem, Feeding Frenzy, Elemental Army. So then it's exposed to cold. And then I might have to give it, this would be the most expensive ring ever, but if I give it Awakened, not Brutality, Intimidate. There's no support gem that intimidates. Melee Fizz. Awaken Melee Fizz. Yeah, it intimidates. Why did it not show? Give it an Awaken Melee Fizz so it intimidates. I mean, this can fit in the ring too, so yeah. So then you would have Intimidate, you'd have I probably wouldn't do that with the Awaken Gem, but like you'd have Code, you'd have that. You'd have so much. Yes, the enemy is exposed to Cold. You just shoot up to 18 mil DPS from getting that ring, which is obviously better than the other ring we had. But we lose, I think, stats. What did we have here? We had resistances, fire and cold res. Why do we suddenly have even more resistances than before we went in? Oh yeah, purity of elements. Now we're hard overcapped. So we no longer need this, is what you're telling me. Oh no, we still do. We still need that. I'm sorry. Oh, we didn't. We do. I guess losing over how many percent? This is 55 plus all the effects. We would lose a whole lot of res. Yeah, there. So we over sustain with this, going as high as 71 over cap on fire, and then coming back down below. So this flask alone is giving us 82 plus 3, so 74% all res. That is wild from one flask. That doesn't have the increased effects we should be expecting from the Mage Blood enchantment. But anyways, Kat, this is a version of a build we have going now. Actually, it is what we've been able to cook up so far. It uses Melding, it uses Tides of Time. It doesn't have 100% uptime on all its flasks, but it has 100% on the Bismuth and the Topaz, which allows us to actually go for a Melding. Because we can then rely on these for resistances, so long as we don't run a negative flask charges map. And because we have 100% uptime, even without... This is without Baobala, by the way. We're not using Baobala, we're not using Pathfinder. It is just Tides of Time and a whole lot of Flash Siphonizers. Yep, it's a whole lot of just flash charges gained from like Brutal Restraint. We did go the traitor, but I decided to remove it. We have flash charges here, flash charges here, flash charges here, flash charges here. Oh, you mean the mob? Oh, that modifier. I mean, what's a little death? You just run it. You run into the mud. You just know you're dead. That's it. GG, good game. That's it. I mean, to be fair, all you would have to do in that situation is kite like your life depends on it, because it does. So having this in your ring 2 would outperform having a bone ring with actual stats, which is ironic. So yeah, Hungry Loop. There we go. So all we have for stats is we need to get stats here, and we need to get stats here. We are not crit immune either, so we can switch some intelligence to crit immunity, but we are already low on ES to the point where I don't think I want to do this. So an Alchemist Grip. Do we have Alchemist Grip? I don't think we have. Is that a different modifier? What's Alchemist Grip? I know there's the Alchemist Genius that we get from this node, not this node, but this jewel. I just had a very stupid idea. An idea so stupid it actually would work. Now this one wouldn't be a T17 farmer because it will probably end up being squishy. But picture this. You have your race skeleton, you have your summon skeleton or golem or zombie or whatever you want to use as your main DPS. And you have Devourer of Minds, giving your minions your charges. You then have a support, you have support Spectres to generate your power charges and frenzy charges. You go replica badge of the Brotherhood. So power charges equal frenzy charges. And then you go Devourer of Mind. So basically, you're pushing for 6 frenzy and power charges on your minions at all times, which is easy crits. If you go for attack minions, you can pair this with matters and go like just free crit, 100% crit chance, and then all you're doing is scaling crit multi from there. What else is there? If you go SRS, you can scale. You can try to scale duration and try to push fresh meats that way. If you're going popcorn, then you already have crit, so you don't care about power charges. You just don't. But yeah, 6 frenzy charges on your minions, that would end up being like 24% more damage. Am I doing the math correctly? I think so. 24% more damage aside the attack cast speed. Power charges equal 50 times 6, 300% increased critical strike chance. And I mean, you can still throw in endurance charges for shits and giggles. You know, enduring cry, yada yada. 3 endurance charges for your tank here. And then just pair that with like a high minion count, so a Zoomancer. Go for your code convert Zoomancer setup and you're chilling. You know? That was a dumb idea. I mean, it's not a dumb idea actually. It's actually very, very it's probably the best use of Devourer Minds. That or some very niche use case I can't think of right now. Anyways, Alchemist Grip is Ghost. What do I still don't know what Alchemist Grip does. I assume it is those tormented spirits. I do not know what the tormented spirits actually do with their mods. I know there's a lot of damage reduction going in there. Tormented spirits. Alchemist Grip. Periodically fires rolling magma dealing chaos damage. Spirit's Grip. Phase converted to chaos. Poison on hit. I don't think it's Alchemist Grip. I mean, is there anything that hits flasks? You mean Thief's Grip, this one? 100% chance to remove flask effect on hits. Yeah, it's this one. Nightmare. My mouse, they look like haste. I was like, don't tell me you're hasted on top of that. Enemies cannot leech life from you. Remove endurance charges on hits. Remove flask effects. Removes mana on hits and then drops rings, yada yada. Leaves trail of shocked ground. I see Warlord Grip a lot. What does it do? Gain endurance charges, 50 auras, 30% reduced fizz. I knew this thing was making them tanky. I knew it. Thug Grip, life, character size, area of effects. Monster drops wisdom and portal scrolls. Bruh. Forger's grips, Fisherman's Grip, Embezzler's Grip, Cutthroat Grip. Increase phase and attack cast speed. Okay, at least now I have an idea of what these do. At least I have an idea. So anyways, we're looking at 17 mil DPS. But that's if I go for the Carrion Golem setup that gives you Carrion Golem as well as extra phase and yada yada. And I guess it could still fit something else. I don't know what else you'd want to fit in here. If I had to, I'd go enhance. That should give us decent damage, but I wouldn't want to do that here, so I can't put a weakened cold pen for cold exposure. I already have fitting elemental army. I don't have to worry about that. I already have Colin Strike. I don't have to worry about that. What else? That's all I can think of. Maybe multi-strike or something. I guess Unbound Ailments. Just for chill? I don't know. I think it's fine like this. This is already big enough. So yeah, we have a 34k max fizz hits and a 37k max LE hits. And without our flasks, without our 100% flasks, I should say, because there are only two 100% flat. There are only two non-100% flasks. Without them, we just lose evasion and move speed. We gain a lot of move speed from it. Where's our defensive here? If this is off, it goes down to 21k. So without any of our conditional defenses, we're at 21k phase max hit and LE max hit, and within we're at over 30k because we're converting 94% of our phase damage to elemental. So yeah, I think this is like this build's final form. I'll be honest. I don't know what else I would do here. Like, I think in terms of points, we are finally at the point where we are actually decent. I would like to have more ES, but it just is no easy way to do that. Like, I can do this, but how much ES do I get versus I can't remove charisma. I can't path anywhere too elaborate. I can't fit in spell suppress. But then again, I don't need to fit in spell suppress because 85% all res. If I could, it'd be nice, but it is what it is. Can I survive a flame blast? Probably not. But let's see. Yeah, it hits before death 0.2. Flame blast and its pen is just it's just too deadly. If I was converting from fire to something else where I had fire pen doesn't do anything, then sure. But that's not the case. If I had this, it would give me 3 mil DPS. Can I fit in a void beacon F and F? I could if I remove these, but it wouldn't be worth removing the grand spectrums. Because then I remove 2 grand spectrums for that, and then the third one I would probably remove for. Because if I remove the grand spectrums, I'm looking at this, this, 15 mil DPS, 2.6, so that's 17. Then I gain 3 sockets where I can put immutable force for anti-stun. I can put, and then immutable force on F and F to kind of make up the damage. But low key, if there's anything I want to fit, it's this circle right here. If I could fit this circle, it'd be huge. If I could do this, or if I could do this without just going bankrupt on mana, like use Raise Spectre instead of Summon Carrion Golem for this, and then instead of Raise Spectre, I would then have like some other support gem in here, like not Vicious Projectiles. It could be Ellie focused, to be honest. Yeah, we just do Bone Chill here. I think is the best thing I can do. And if we're able to get a chill effect of like 15, then that's big DPS increase. I just tried Lightning Golem and they don't seem to have an AI that does. They seem to have an AI that doesn't work as I thought. I think you need aggressive on them. Yeah, I think 100% you need aggressive on them, but you can also get aggressive from Primordial Jewels, so it's not too big of a deal. D should be 0. I forgot to say 0, 0, 0, 0. So if I had something like this, and then I had support Spectres, i.e. Carnage Chieftain and whatnot, I would easily break 23 mil DPS with just Summon Skeleton of Archers, while being insanely tanky, because this still doesn't include my flasks, which, oh wait, I know the problem now. I'm looking at Flame Blast. Can I eat a Shaper Slam? 3 hits before death. So yeah, I can eat a Shaper Slam. I don't think I can eat Memory Game. Three before death. Hits before death 0.3, so I cannot. I still died to all of them. Fireball. 2 hits before death. So I can eat a Fireball Exarch. Still just 2. So the thing is, this build doesn't have insane early res, but Fizz is not a problem, I would say. Fizz is really not a problem. As I was saying, we would have stuff like this. We'd have up to 23 mil DPS, and this is without like a Primal Crush Claw. What does Primal Crush Claw's buff look like? Let's see. POEDB, please have the number. I feel like I remember seeing this and thinking it didn't have the number. Doesn't have the number. Great. Do you know the number for Primal Crush Claw? It has a 12-second cooldown time. What's its uptime like? Crush Claw. Please have it on the wiki. Please. I beg of you. It doesn't say as expected. Yeah, as expected. Maybe Dominated has the information. 12-second cooldown, which inflicts 6-second base debuff called this, which does 20%. Okay, so 6 seconds, it's 50% uptime. Thank you. Dominated has so much good information on his channel. So then, if I had Crush Claw, it would be like 10%. Nearby enemies have 10% increased cold damage taken. And then we can easily throw in a... We'd have to stack levels, so Empower would have to be in here. And a level 21. But like this one gets 2 levels. So if I get an Empower 3 to be in the ring, that'd be 2 levels, so we get to plus 4 levels, which is just enough to have. So this would then have to be Empower, which is wild. So I wouldn't get Bone Chill. And then I would have to have an Empower and Melee Fizz, Awaken Melee Fizz in here, which I guess could be worse. But then it would be like Hail Seraphim. $28 mil DPS while being this tanky. Though we have to also be candid. What is the mana cost of Summon Skellies? 140. And we have an active minion limit of 12. 12 Skellies. How is he getting this? I guess it's the level. I will make golems work. +1 minion skill, chance to avoid ailments, deal damage, recover. Nice. How did you get 5% recover life on block with a spirit shield? That's really good. It's a 1 in 120k for it to land with essence. Unethical. That is wild. That is disgusting. 1 in 120, what? Damn. Good stuff. Yo, that is nasty though. Congratulations. That is huge. Today seems to be your SSF league. Or this league seems to be your SSF league. The league where you get everything you want. So we're looking at 28 mil while being very tanky. Oh, it's from 3.22. So from Tota. Okay, I thought it was this league. I'm like, so you got your adorned and you got this lucky too. I was like, damn. Like, goddamn. I thought it was all in one league. No, I would be riding that high for years. Like I've only once dropped a mirror. I've dropped a mirror once, and that is still the highlight of my league or my Crucible league. Which is ironic because that was my second league ever. But yeah, I dropped a mirror in my second league. Why is my active minion limit 12? I'm gonna have to trust it. It says 12, so that's 12. 12 plus. I'm gonna say plus 12. 24. Reason I'm gonna say plus 12 is the Val Summon Skelly is also in a level where it doesn't show this properly. I would want it to, but it just doesn't. Like if I like looking here. Yeah. Speaking of, this is level 20, right? Okay. I'm not bugging. This is level 20. So yeah, now we're looking at 33 million DPS. Nah, I have to try this, but I actually have to try this out. There's no universe where I don't. And because we're mostly just taking advantage of like AG and whatnot, I don't have to sweat. I don't have to sweat minion defenses. I just need this cluster right here, Blessed Rebirth and Life from Death. If I can get these two, I'm golden. Anything else is just bonus. I don't have Convocation in this build, but seeing as I'm going to be summoning a lot of skeletons, I mean, it is what it is. I also have a very low ES pool, which I would like to increase. I don't know how I'm going to go about increasing that, but in the ideal universe, I will increase it somehow. I do think I need more of an ES pool. I do think I do. What did I miss? A shield like this probably won't happen in SSF again for a long time. If it happens again, well, I guess if you're summing up the experiences of everybody, then yes, it will happen again eventually. But for yourself, it is very unlikely, to say the least. Very, very unlikely. If I just did this, and did this, I would have 3,500 ES. That's still not much. You know what the problem is in my ES pool? It's my body armor. I could easily have near 5k if I wasn't converting all my face to, like if I wasn't using Cloak of Flame. Like using this Widow's Silk. It has this. If instead of this ES, it instead had phase damage taken as, at 12% phase damage taken as. It's still not near enough. Like it's still a max hit of 20k, and ES drops to like 4k. So like, it's not worth it. Like then it beats the purpose of using that one. I guess Cloak of Flame is kind of like using the Brass Dome, where it's like you're gonna have a low life build, but you're gonna be able to eat damage with that shit, you know? It's 1 in 100 to hit +1 and 5% on block with 4 socket rezos. I thought you said you hit it with essence. You hit both of them in the same slam of resonators. Can just looking at this chat, I can tell you love golems. I will make golems work. PSNC golem login. Poison chaos golem login. Or poison carrion golem. Average golem enjoyer. I did it with essence, but was letting you know how rare it is if you want to go for it. Oh, don't worry. I have no intention of going for it. I'm good. Thanks for asking, though. I'm very good. So let's turn this off. Let's switch this to raise Spectre. So without someone carrying, so someone carrying golem in and of itself was applying a large chunk of that buff effect, or large chunk of that damage rather. No, granted. We are obviously contributing more with Spectres because by the time we take those two off, let's just use someone carrying golem here. Like by the time we take those two off and we remove the oh wait, you know what it is? It's because this was an auto scouts. But yeah, we lose some from the carrion golem, but not too much. This is assuming, I don't know how it calculates the pale seraphim thing though, so I don't know. But it will look something like this. I would have to remove Bone Chill. And then Bone Chill has to go Empower. With it. Why is it +6? Why is it +6? When Carrion Golem was +2. Why are you +6? Do I have level of Raise Spectre somewhere that I don't know of? Why do I have you? Okay, let's actually create the boots. ES boots. I'm pretty sure. Oh, for like 2 seconds I was like, what am I doing? I had a brief moment of panic where I'm like, oh my fuck, what did I just do? But I'm good. I'm fine. What do I want to do on boots? What does loathing do on boots? This is something I want to know. Chance to avoid early ailments. Prefixes are the bigger concern for my current boots. So I would go double ES, where I'd have woes. And then I'd have increased ES. Then I would just pray I hit my crafted prefix to then add a veiled orb. Actually, that wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. The reason this would not work is I can't craft life to then guarantee, or not almost guarantee movement speed. So this crafting method will not work. Now we veiled craft anyways. So what other options do I have? I can start suffix first and try to get like strength. I could try this and then just get a random resistance with it. What am I doing? Where are those sword boots? Then finish off suffixes by using suffixes cannot be changed. Reroll something that I can actually use. I can actually use Eldritch Implicit, so I can actually get extra move speed if I so choose. Then I would craft on something in the prefix. Go veiled prefix. Craft life. Get move speed. Unless I get very unlucky, but get move speed. Any of them is fine. Alright, I'm already immune to chill, so ideally like this one is good. Then I would have to go... I guess the easiest way to do it is Eldritch Annul and Exalt spam until I land on ES, like decent max ES or increased ES. Or I just do this and craft 3, and then I craft 2 prefixes alongside it, meaning max ES crafted. Increase energy shield. And max ES, or flat ES rather. And for flat ES, I'd rather it give me I guess this is the highest amount of max ES I can bench craft, which is kind of sad, but I mean, it is what it is. And then I would add the implicit. I don't care about offering. Oh, wait, scratch that. I do care about offerings. Could have gone max fire res, but it's lightning res I am currently pushing. And then we go Ether Worlds. And we would get, what do we get here? We can go chance to avoid bleeding, but we have steel skin. The chance to avoid poison is probably our best bets. Could we get like mana regen? No, we can't. I would honestly just go chance to avoid poison as the last one. No, I'm CI. The fuck am I doing? No, that's dumb. Don't do it. I guess I go stun threshold, but I'm also going immutable. If I don't go immutable, then stun threshold makes sense. Well, I wish movement speed was here. Maybe cooldown recovery rate for my dash. Yeah, maybe that's what I go for. But I'm already walking so fast that I don't know that it's gonna be a big deal, you know? So I'll go chance to avoid bleeding. So that's 33. Now if I so choose to get my triple grand spectrum, damn, that's damage. Do you use phase run? Right now, yes, I am using phase run. But I would say a lot of my movement speed is coming from our Quicksilver. Most of my movement speed is coming from Quicksilver. Then you won't cooldown recovery of travel skills. Okay. I kind of forgot it was a travel skill. So I have to undo this, don't I? 1 and it feels really bad. Really? I mean, that's been my I've never used it with, I guess, cooldown recovery for travel skills, so I guess my overall experience with the boots is it's been pretty bad. So yeah, we have these boots now. Yeah, we got some ES from it, which is pretty nice. Are we using any ghastly eye jewels? I don't think we are. I for once don't think. I think this is a minion build that's not using any ghastly eye jewels. And honestly, I have half a mind to keep this one off, but alas, we don't have that option available to us. So the plan here would be flesh, forbidden, flame, void beacon, forbidden flesh, void beacon. What the fuck? What deactivated you, for Pete's sake? It's probably my Control Z. But in any case, Forbidden Flame, Forbidden Flesh, and then Immutable Force. With 900. I remember you mentioning there was a breakpoint for Immutable Force. It was 961 you said, right? Fun fact, it's actually not my source of phasing. My source of phasing is my Watcher's Eye. I have phase damage taken as lightning there, and I have phasing while affected by haste, and I have haste. So I don't need its phasing. Immutable Force. And the build is done. I still need to, I feel like I still need to work on my ES regen, my mana regen, because it needs work. I can't think of any other way to get mana regen. Maybe if I go for this. I don't know. This has some mana regen right there. Oh no. I'm just remembering something I forgot. I guess I could do this. It's gonna suck seeing the decrease in DPS though. 35 mil. It's still not enough. I want to get I want to get I guess this is the easiest way to get it. +8. This is the shortest route. It doesn't actually make them much tankier, but it is the shortest route I have available to me for this in particular. I would like to have this and the max early res for minions. So just to make sure my AG has no thoughts about dying, basically. Thing is, I don't think there's anything I can drop. Look at how much damage each vicious bite is doing now. I also want to see something. I feel like my AG is also going to be on the squishier side if I'm being very honest. Because it doesn't have armor. It has 79% base damage reduction. It just has 10 base. It has 79 from armor, but it doesn't have armor. Or am I looking at myself? I guess I'm looking at myself. It does have some armor, but it doesn't have any sizable amount of armor. So the AG's actual max hits using Crown of the Stitched is not that high. This AG will die. This AG is 100% gonna die. He needs more max life. And without determination, it's gonna need flat PDR. So I can't even, this isn't even the problem, this is. I need to get this node here. I need that. But at the very least, you have to have a 23% base PDR. And then it has the regular flat DR from Kingmaker, 45, giving it 33% damage reduction before you apply armor. Even though the armor is not significant, it has 36k life, which still counts for something. Levels to the AG is just very important. Maybe that's what I do. Take it to 22. Since degen is not the issue here, I'm thinking of using an empower or a minion life. Without meat shield, it's going to degen more, but it already has a lot of ES going for it. But with minion life, at least it has this much in the way of life. How often will something with a 6-second cooldown attack if it has 200% cooldown recovery? It is going to be a 1.5 second cooldown. The first 100% cuts it in half, then the second 100% cuts it in half again. So that's 3, then 1.5. How do we keep this AG alive? It's recovering 37k life from here per second. So it's basically recovering half of his life every second. And then what is it losing in terms of Guardian's Blessing? Guardian is 14.3, right? Let's do some quick maths. The degen per second is 65846 x 0.14.3. So it's a 9,000 degen per second, 9,400. So that's gonna be like a 28k regen per second on this life pool. That's not bad at all. And this is, oh wait, I'm wrong. This is assuming there's no DR. We have some DR to work with, so let's just take this back. Right? And then how much in the way of PDR do we have? We have 23% base PDR coming from Indomitable Army and Minion Life and PDR, 23% base. So this is times 0.23, so that would be 7,250. Then it has 10% flat DR coming from Kingmaker. Are you sure about the cooldown? Yes, the cooldown should be 1.5. Every 100% is half the time of CDR is one way to look at it. The actual formula is like cast time within 6 seconds divided by 1 plus cooldown recovery. So in this case, that would be 2. So that would be 6 over okay, actually no. Wait, that would be 6 over what, 3? That would be 6 over 3, so that would be 2 seconds. So it might be 2 seconds, not 1.5. Now that I think about the formula, it might be 2 seconds. Kill final cooldown equal base cooldown over 1 plus, yeah. That's pretty much what I just did in the formula, and I think that gives 2. So it might be 2-second cooldown, not 1.5. So we're looking at this times 0.9 because Kingmaker is giving 10% flat DR. Yeah, it is 2 seconds. 6.5k degen meeting this, so it's actually regening 31k and it has a life of 60 something k. Didn't need the formula, I just figured it would be 6 over 3. Yeah, I mean, considering one is the base cooldown, yeah, I mean that makes sense. So yeah, it's 2-second cooldown. The other way to look at it is just wrong. Ignore that. That is terrible. I think that's looking at it from a what point of view, or additive or something, I don't know. Okay, so we're looking at 31k regen. That's not bad. The AG should be fine from the degen. So long as it can eat the hit of 65k, it should be fine. If we run into an executioner, we're kind of fucked. And since we're running essences right now, we're kind of fucked. But this is fine. I need to create points for this. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I need to create points for it. How the fuck am I gonna do it? Like, the POB was perfect before I touched it. How are they finding Ice Golem playable without CDR? Are you looking at the Cyclone skill or the range skill? It depends on what skill you're looking at. Ice Golem default attack and Cyclone both do the same damage. Yeah, Cyclone is just movement slash AoE. I think that's the only difference, really. If I save 2 points, I would still need to get rid of 3 points from somewhere. I don't have any free 3 points I can just up and remove. These 3 points do not exist. I cannot remove any of these. I can't even remove this one because I need a PDR. This is the closest I can remove because it's not just pure ES. But then I lose flask uptime. It's still 100%, but the other suffer to 70 something percent. In theory, I can just cut off this entire region of the tree and move it like here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still the same number of travel nodes, I think. Yeah, this isn't any closer. This is exactly where this one is. It's actually 4 because I still need this Fizz taken as chaos. This is the weakest link, but this link is not weak, which is a problem. The weakest link in this build is a link that is not weak. In reality, this is probably the weakest link, that cluster there. Why is it the weakest link? Because reducing the damage done by my Guardian's Blessing it's important, but I already have more than enough regen. I'm more worried about bleeding from this node. I'm also worried about just straight up corrupted blood or other sources of PDR. It obviously cannot use a war cry. It can't use a war cry. If I could spare an anoint, I might have gone for this anoint and just left these in the dust. It's not an option. This is not an option. I mean, to a degree it is, but it's the core of my flask tech. I can't make do without it. I might just have to sacrifice this. Push Vicious Bite down here by slapping on something else. There's only one thing I know that can push Vicious Bite down. Maybe use that. Get Vicious Bite here. Save like 2 points here. Save 2 points there. I don't want to do it. But it might be the least evil. It might be the lowest of all evils right now. Large cluster jewel. If I go 8, then I have to get rid of effects, and that loses me ES. No, fat chance. All right, cats. Fat chance. That is not happening. I'm sorry. It isn't. Wait a second. Where is the 10% PDR we get from having 10 minions? $55% from armor. Indomitable armor, minion life, and PDR. It's not including bone barriers. 10% PDR. Unless this is only on me. Scratch that. Is actually it reads like it's only on me, so it's probably only on me. We don't have access to the skill anymore, so we can't cleanse bleeding on our minions. We just kind of have to, I guess, hope their regen can take it. %20 increase ES. So this is 4 points. This is 4 points. If I do that and I go here, 3,300 versus 3,342. Then if I had to get this one, 3,362. Hmm. Holy shit. Let me see. Um, the only way I can think of is using something like, I don't have extra space on my bar for like even level 1 clarity. I wish I did. I do not. Like if I had for even like level 1 clarity, and this is four minions. That's Carnage, Chieftain, Host Chieftain, Carnage Chieftain, Host Chieftain. Let's use 2 here. 2. And keep in mind, the funny thing is this is not even taking into account non-Val or Val soldiers rather. Because the Val soldiers can still benefit from Empower, they still benefit from minion damage from Predator, maybe not Pierce. If I want to replace Pierce, I guess I could also get some Cold Pen. Wait, what? Pierce is giving 6 mil damage? It has 19% more projectile damage. But this has 39% pen. How does that work? Am I lacking increased damage? Is that it? I guess I kind of am. That's wild. I mean, it's still like a 3 mil DPS increase without Pierce. It just blows my mind. Which means if we ever got to maximum, we'd be on 42. Well, I don't want to. I want to assume we're never getting to maximum charges. At least not. I think they will end up either dying, because the moment their blessed rebirth is done, they are dead. And my race specters do not have increased duration. They don't have space for increased duration either. Or spell echo. We spell echo. How important is intimidate? We spell echo. I can basically guarantee they will have a charge, or they will get to max charges if they last long enough. And in a situation where I vow someone Skelly, they should last long enough. Or if I'm being very honest with you, I do not like the idea of putting Awakened melee fizz in a hungry loop. Because like they're gonna proc it with this person. The Carnage Chieftain is gonna proc it, the Pale Seraphim. They're gonna proc it. That's not the problem. The problem is I just don't want to put this in the ring. So I'd rather do that and then change this to spell echo. So the frenzy monkeys and host chieftains give 2 charges every single time they roar. So then getting to 3 charges is not unheard of. Yeah, something like that. And this is much cheaper to... It is much cheaper. $36 mil. I'm still surprised Pierce is packing that much damage. Jeez. That's wild. I don't like the idea of early focus either. I want in my head, right, what I would like it so why on earth is this not recommending me damage items? Is it because it's not full DPS? It's included in there. So what the fuck gives? The reason I don't like early focus is because it's early focus. It doesn't allow me to freeze. This should not improve my damage at all. This should be terrible. Because this is increased physical damage and more physical dot and physical projectile attack damage. It's an increase in DPS? That can't be right. That cannot be right. Zurath. Not that. Oh, geez. Do you know if skellies with code, or I said code convert skellies benefits from do they benefit from vicious projectiles? POB is swearing they do. Because this is 60% more projectile physical AD. If it works, that is big. I don't think it works. Because we're not doing physical damage. We converted all our damage and we're going to be doing chaos damage. So, or not cold damage rather. Yeah, cold damage. We don't. I had to briefly check again to make sure I didn't have unholy might, simply because I remember having the thought like early on in this process that I wanted chaos archers. But if you can get 40 mil DPS while having 34k max hits for Fizz and Ellie, that is chef's kiss, man. This should be a tankier character than my 5k energy shield characters. In theory. Because regardless of the max hit or whatever, regardless of the actual life pool, so long as they can eat the damage, so long as I can eat the damage without being one shot, Leech will bring me back up. If you're doing multiple prods, you should account for them not always overlapping. Skelly archers don't overlap. This is taking into account Val summon Skelly and regular Skelly archers, because I plan to have Soul Ripper as a swap for like my Jade Flask. So the idea would be use regular summon Skelly of archery, gets to your Val skill, pop it. By this point, Soul Ripper should be full. Once they start dying, pop another one. Soul Ripper should still be getting full while it is going, or while it's on. Once you pop it, it should be regaining charges, and then you just keep doing that. So yeah, like this Jade Flask, very expendable. Very expendable. We can just remove it at the blink of an eye. So the idea would be to remove that for a Soul Ripper and just keep our max. And this is only taking into account the archers. So with the base skill, according to this, we have an active minion limit of 12. So we have 12 archers maximum. because of the levels we're able to get with it. There's no way you're doing 40 mil with no why is this here? Can you get out? Is there a way to remove the hearts icon from YouTube? It's always blocking the most recent message like at the right. There's no way you do 40 million with no supports. Oh, it has supports. This has supports. This is a square setup. This is an 11 link square setup. Remember? So this is empower vicious projectiles, and then these are the rest. That's why the mana cost is as high as it is. It's like 140 mana. It's like 140 per cast. 151. Yeah, it's 151. You know what we need? You know what we actually need? This is the actual solution I've been looking for. Where is the Jade Flask? This is the solution I've been looking for. None. Reduced mana cost during effect. How do I get that? Does it not exist anymore? Don't tell me they removed it. No! Oh my god. You know the worst part? I have never in my life thought, let me remove it or let me use it. The one time, the single time, I'm like, let me use this thing. They removed it. Jeez. The one time, I'm like, let me just remove it. That's terrible. Truly, truly awful. Holy shit. You know the best part about this build in my head? The genuine best part about this build? It is that I can do Exarch with this build. I can clear ball phase. I can just pop my Vow Summon Skeleton and hide in the center. That part, I think, makes me happier than anything else about this build. That simple fact. I'm not going to do the Exarch. I'm not actually going to do that fight. But the simple fact that I find that I have that available to me as an option just makes me happy. It's a very weird phenomena, but that is. Have you checked Val Skelly actually summons that many archers? So no, this is a mix of my base archer, so that's 12, and Val Skelly summons 11 archers, so that's 23. But because Val Skelly's, like if I pull Val Skeletons, it says 47, which is higher than the current maxes here. I'm like, with those extra 3, I'd wager there's an extra archer somewhere. That's why I went with 24. I can go with 23 all the same. But yeah, Val summons Skeleton summons 11 archers, according to this gem. And with the extra ones we get, I think we get 1 extra soldier, 1 extra archer, and 1 extra mage. So that gave me the 24 I'm using. Make sense? And this, of course, doesn't account for non-archer skeletons. So the mages are actually low-key slept on. The reason I say this is the mages benefit from everything I'm doing except maybe vicious projectiles. I don't care about this. But empower, everybody gets empower, everybody gets cold pen, everybody gets minion damage, everybody gets predator. In a single target scenario, I actually have way more DPS than this if I do the gem swaps. If I don't do the gem swaps, let's just say my damage goes down the toilets. But this is my clear speed, 90 mil DPS, which is not half bad. So if I had to do this, right? Where is it? If I am to go to summon skeletons, and okay, let's do this. Let's do it this way. Because this thing is still bugged. So let's go Val summon skeletons. I don't know why it's still bugged, but it is. I meant 2 A's and 1 L. Val summon skeletons. Let's do 40. Let's do 1. Just one. So this is what the summon skeleton, the regular summon skeleton is doing. The soldier is doing 1 mil DPS per soldier. There are 24 soldiers in there. Each one is doing 1 mil DPS for reference. If we look at the casters, doing way less damage. So this is doing 400k for the cold projectile. This is doing 100k for the fire projectiles. Man, the mages are useless. God damn. And this is doing 103k. The mages are useless. Jeez. So let's say for every 3 mages we're doing 1 million damage. Then that would be 2 million damage coming from the mages total. So that's 24 mil from the soldiers and 2 mil from the mages. Then the archers are the archers, so 1 mil is coming from the archers. Each archer, so there's 24 archers, so that's 24 mil. So basically, by having the soldiers and the archers do the exact same amount of damage because they're both converting and they benefit from every support gem. So in reality, you see this 36 mil, we're doing double that and then some. Because of the mages, as useless as the damages, they still giving damage. That is a disgusting amount of damage. God damn. Or am I bugging? Because that means effectively I can make this 48. And that would give me the amount of damage I would get out of my melee skeletons and my archer skeletons. And that's 72 mil DPS. That is dumb. I have to actually playtest this to see if this is even remotely accurate. I kind of just have to at this point. Which means I need the weapon. If you want a T70 Farber, this is your T70 Farber right here. Voila! This is dumb. This is dumb as shit. I won't say for some reason because I know the reason. If I switch from Val Summon Skeleton or Skeleton Archers to Val Summon Skeleton, DPS drops because he uses Skeleton Soldiers. So this is something I do not fully understand. You need to fix that EHP. Why? It's 79k. The max hits are like the max hits are huge. This character should not die. The reason the EHP is down is because I am not using block. If I were to slap in block in place of evasion, the EHP would shoot through the roof. I don't understand how POB calculates. I guess maybe it's looking at spells, because if you get spell block, you get an insane amount of what you call it, of EHP. So maybe it's looking at that. I don't know. But yeah, for like the maximum phase hit I can take is 34k and max early hit is 38k. I'm 85 all res and I'm converting 94% of all elemental damage to all physical damage to elemental. The only way I improve this defense is slapping in block. The only way to slap in block, if I think this damage is too much, is to go Mistress of Sacrifice in place of this, which is a 5 mil DPS loss. But I lose this and I gain this, and then I'll switch Spirit's Offering with Bone Offering. It's decent, but not much avoidance for spells. I agree. It isn't too much. But there isn't much I can do in that regard. This is a minion build. Like if I try to fit in spell suppress, I'm going to sacrifice something. Either I'm sacrificing my fizz max hits or I'm sacrificing my maximum res. Something's got to give. Like right now, this is the closest to perfect I can have it, and the only thing that is not perfect about it is this, because I threw this on. I want the extra PDR for my minions so my AG doesn't die. That's the biggest thing. Having the PDR is big. That's the biggest thing. And then the max res. Other than that, they should benefit from this. How? How though? It says more fizz proj attack damage. Interesting. So this is the only support gem that would not benefit the melee skeletons. These vicious projectiles is what it means. I mean, so Kat, what is your proposition for increasing the EHP? Because the only thing I can think of is going for block. But if I'm going for block, I have to spend points in here. I have to spend, I have to switch this from here to here. And I would have to leave, I'd have to drop Spirit Offering for Bone Offering. That would cut my DPS by like a third. The changes I just said. And that's not even including removing the points that would get me into the nodes that I need for it. The max hits are nice, but you will get owned by multiple hits. The idea right here about why I don't think I will die is because I have Leech to heal me back up, and I have Evasion to prevent hits. It doesn't affect spells, but hits, it helps with that. So it's not like I have no avoidance. I have avoidance. It's just evade. I don't see how I can fit spell suppress. This and this are literally carrying my ES on its back because this is not giving me much in the way of ES. It's sad, but it's true. This doesn't give me that much in the way of ES. Oh yeah, I actually forgot that too. I haven't done this, so I should be going Lunaris and... Where is it? Hugo? That's the one. Let's say I've been hit once recently. And of course I've had a minion die. Number of nearby enemies, still one. Like, I don't see how I can fit it. And I'm still thinking of how I'm going to fit this even, because like this is important. The anti-fizz, the PDR, the anti-bleeding, the all res. This is very important for my AG, I think. So I also need to figure out how I'm going to fit this. I'm not too worried about. I can't be chained because I'm going Lunaris. So I'm not too worried about chain, but projectiles in general, like. It depends on I guess the type of projectile. If it's a spell projectile, then it would have to do this much elemental damage. Like it has to go through my 85 res. And the truth of the matter is we have immutable force, we have the Watcher's Eye. We can maybe make better use of the Watcher's Eye. That's the best thing I can think of. But this Watcher's Eye would already be expensive. If I were to get something else, what could that look like? Discipline, ES regen, ES recovery, ES per hit, spell block. Could be discipline and spell block. And what's the percent? 7%. There's grace and chance to evade. There's blind for obviously hits. There's suppress. There's move speed. Ace has phasing, onslaught on kill, CDR for movement skills. Oh, we can actually do this. Hatred, I don't think. Oh, I can convert 100% fizz to elemental with this if I so choose. Oh, it's gain. Oh, I thought it was fizz taken as. Yeah, that's no good. I'd have to be affected by another purity to go the full 100%. Precision, I don't care about any of these. Purity of elements. Oh, fizz taken as fire. So now, I think this puts me at 101. This puts me at over 100%, which means if I get to this point, if I actually get that Watcher's Eye, I am immune to bleeding. Because you are not immune to bleed until you have a 101% chance to face taking as other elements. Because then there's no physical damage and you don't take the bleeding. As far like. I remember seeing a thread on this about Reddit a long time ago. Even 100%, I think because of the way PoE rounds down, 100% you can still get bleeding. But so you need 101%, then you become immune to bleeding. So we don't have to worry about bleeding once you know we're there. It depends if you care to farm T17s or not. If so, I would get block. I don't think this build should have any issues with T17s, to be honest. But let me see something. There's 40 plus 8 plus 10, 8 plus 8 plus 20 plus 10. 104%, so it's 3% over. So yeah. I would need it to be 3% less. Yeah. I mean, right now it's still 1% too high, I think. So taken as lightning. Take this to 7%. No, 7. There we go. That should be enough. I can't fit block in this build. I don't think I can. The only way I fit block is if I again switch to this, and that is a huge DPS loss because I would lose Spirit Offering, which I'm getting increased effect on my boots. I'd lose Spirit, so I'd essentially lose Spirit Offering. I might have to go block Flask. And how I would have to path. Well, I guess spell block I could actually just path here. So I would just need 4 points to get some spell block here. Go Bone Offering, increase Bone Offering's effect. Though I would need to get the mastery that says 20% increase offering effect. Which, why am I not using that? That's good damage. Why am I not using it? But yeah, use that offering or that mastery. And maybe I then get to like 60 something percent No. Without Blue Nightmare, I don't get any substantial amount of spell block. I get to like maybe 33%. Because I can't fit in Tempest Shield. So Tempest Shield is not an option. I am capped on gems to the point where I am using double unique onset rings. This one for Purity of Lightning, and this one for Raise Spectre supports Raise Spectres with Pale Seraphim, Crush Claw, Pale Seraphim, Crush Claw, what's his face? Carnage Chieftain and Host Chieftain. So like socket wise, we have nothing. So we can't go Tempest Shield. And without Tempest Shield, we don't get a decent block chance. That's just the truth. We get to like maybe 30%. Or this is also another option. If I were to do this, this puts me at 16%, and then I have to do. This is Shield Mastery. Wow. So this is the block mastery I was looking for. So I'd have to do something like this. And then I'd have to go where is it? The fuck? Am I bugging? Am I bugging? There was a mastery on one of these that said, or is it here? That's the one. Okay, it's dual wielding mastery. 15% chance to block this while dual wielding. Dual wielding does not inherently grant chance to block 80. That's what I was thinking of. But it's not a shield or block mastery, so I can't switch my base from attack to spell. So that's not an option. So yeah, there's no good way to add block, I don't think. There's no easy way to add block without sacrificing a lot of damage. I think the easiest way to increase my EHP in reality, my EHP is 88k. Yeah, it is. Huh. I also can't even use a Jinx Juju. For this build, I think I have done enough in the way of making it defensive. I don't think I want to invest more into my defenses. I could maybe go, if I so choose, I could maybe use a Jinx Juju and remove an aura, but I'd rather not. Because a big part of this build process was figuring out like, oh, how on earth do I get my offenses up? Now that we're at 40 million DPS plus, it's wild. It is absolutely stupid. So getting this might be expensive too. Let me see if there's currently any on the trade site. Any quality Val Summon Skelly of Archery. Two divines for what I want. There's only 3. Now, of course, you could just go buy Val Summon you can just go buy someone's skeleton of archeries. You just buy a bunch of them and quality them up, val them. That should cost you less than 2 divines. Because on average it should be what? 1 in 4 chance to val. So it's going to cost you 80 gem cutters prisms and 4 vowels, and however much the base gem for this is. You temple them for 2120. Oh ho ho ho, you're spicy. That means you would have to essentially get them to level 20. You have to get level 20. You'd essentially have to do this. Summon skeleton of archers. You'd have to do this. You'd have to get them to level 2020. So 2020 non-corrupted. You'd have to do this and then vow temple 4 of these. That is spicy. That is very spicy. If I could get an extra level on it, how much damage is that? That is big damage. So much damage, I would wager it's actually worth it. Well, to get the outcome we want, that's a 1 in 8. So let's say it is 2-3 divines per attempt. You're easily going to spend over 20 divines to get it. Easily. So this falls in the min-max territory. It definitely falls in the min-max territory. If you want to save cost, I guess you could level up 6 summon skeletons of archers from level 1. But that'll take you so long. That's a lot of money. But that's a lot of damage too. 3 mil damage just for free. Like for the simple fact of 1 extra level. We actually gained the skeleton soldier by going the extra level too. Leveled a bunch of gems to 20 using shrines. I am not surprised. Shrines are they're kind of really strong right now. Domination Scarab of Teaching. How did you farm Domination Scarab of Teaching to be able to properly do it? Or did you just not use Scarabs? Or you use the Scarabs on tier 17s? That would be a stupid amount of XP. I would love to see it. That would be a dumb amount of XP. Because I've been seeing it on tier 16 and I'm like, that's nasty. On tier 17? Oh, you do tier 17 to farm Scarabs. Do you have like a dedicated tier 17 Scarab farming tree that doesn't use Scarabs? is a stupid amount of damage I'm looking at. What is the budget for this character? It has like 200 divines in the Spirit Blade alone. Now, we can maybe cut costs by only getting increased crit strikes and increased crit damage. Or if we get faster attacks or whatever. But like this blade is like, I would say this blade is like 66% of the build cost. Like F and F is going to be okay. So I would say it's a few divines. The Watcher's Eye is going to be bloody expensive if we were going for this one, but the lightning damage is not necessary. It's really not. I don't think it's realistic either. Purity of Elements is also going to be more expensive than this, but it's going to convert more, so there's that. But yeah, I'll leave it as I initially did, which is the cheaper one. Phase as lightning and go 8%. Oh yeah, I should also just do this. Like, there's no reason why I should not have more ES coming from there. So like looking at this is like 3 divines or something, if not cheaper. This is cheap, this is cheap. This is, I think I already have this to even begin by, but for like 2 divines. This would cost you less than 10 divines to craft. If you get the fractured level 2 minion skill gems, this would cost you like 20. It could cost you like, there's no arch thing here, so maybe 18 divines, maybe less. This is free, basically free 99. Okay, it's not free 99 because level of aura gems, I guess. I could also just go double corrupted trials grip, but that'll be more expensive. These are all somewhat cheap because they're not mage blood flasks. They're all under a divine. Immutable force is going to be a few divines. This is going to probably be 1 divine, 2 divines. This, I don't know what melding price looks like, I'll be honest. Melding is 11 divines for the base. 13, okay, so 13 divines. So like overall, we're still looking at this is a mirror tier build right here. I'd say a mirror will get you everything. And if you and this is more than half of the cost. Isn't that fun? The sword is like half of the cost. Because by the time you're done crafting it, you spent a ton of money. So what I'm going to do is over the weekend, I'm going to try to farm as much as I can. I don't know how much more farming like I have in me, but I'm going to try to farm. As you can see, I deleted currency yesterday. I'm sad about it, but it is what it is. I deleted like almost 20, 30 divine, something like that. Because I was trying to get a minions aggressive wand and I failed. I was trying to fracture it. Failed horribly. I tried 8 bases. No, I tried 7 bases. Failed every single time. Every single time. I'm like, yo. What? But yeah, if I use 12 here, this is our clear that this is not clear damage actually. Our clear damage looks something like this. This is our clear damage. This is the amount of damage we use when clearing if we're not going to go swaps. Which is honestly not a bad amount of damage to have. And then I wonder if by going level 21 Do we get, does this show an extra minion to the limit? No, it's still 12. All right. Duly noted. You know why this is 12? I just realized it. This gem is not counting the 2 from the tree and the 1 from my helmet. That is what's happening. That's why it's 12. So that means it's actually 23, not 24. Because I would assume that it is going to be accurate for the Vaal Summon skeleton. I hope I'm not wrong in my assumption. But I think that's a safe assumption. So that'll be 12 plus 11, 23. So that explains why there's a discrepancy. Ooh. How do I fit you? I can honestly sacrifice some sockets here, but this is going to be at best 2 points. I will still need extra what, 3 points that I have to figure out where to take them out of. No idea how I'm gonna do that. Absolutely no idea, because I don't want to drop any ES because our ES pool is low enough as is. Mana reservation is already dicey. Only way we can fit in more mana reservation is if we go the rare body armor. That should do it, but I don't want to go the rare body armor either. So in terms of skills, we cannot fit in an enlighten unless we're to sacrifice minion accuracy, because if we take off war banner, accuracy in the mud. Now granted, it doesn't look like it's too bad, but once you hit evasive enemies, you're gonna cry. If I had to try to fit in like Grave Pact or minion accuracy from here, or minion accuracy from anywhere, that could work, but I'm currently not even using Ghastly Eye Jewels. Corrupted Jewels? For what? Where are we currently going to get our bleed immunity from? Or corrupted blood immunity rather? Where can I get corrupted blood immunity? I don't think immunity in Possible Escape can have it. And I don't think Cluster Jewels can have it either. I'm not using a Raid Lord, so I don't have access to those extra Ghastly Eye Jewel sockets. Where the hell am I supposed to get it from? Best I can think of is like a corrupted melding, but oh my god, that'd be. I don't want to know how expensive that would be. I don't want to know. Expected. So I'm gonna have to do that, or I'm gonna have to go for This one. Only 5 corrupted blood. It kind of feels like a waste though. I'm not gonna lie, so I don't know. I feel like there should be a Watcher's Eye mod that should make me immune to corrupted blood. Nope. Even determination doesn't do that. What about bleeding? Unaffected by bleeding. I guess immutable force could have it. Yeah, the high road ones that have corrupted blood are very expensive. Alternatively, I guess what I could do is I can drop immutable force. I can have chance to avoid stun on one of my 100%, like this one. Oh, this is not 100%, it's at 83%. Maybe like on my... No, I don't want my movement speed to drop. Odds I'll swap evasion and this, so maybe it will be on the Quicksilver. It's not gonna be on any of these either. Maybe I will drop the 20% elemental res during effect. I don't know yet. Maybe because we're hard over capped on lightning res. I don't want to fix it in the POB or whatever, but we are fine on stats, right? So maybe I can actually put it here to where I can get like, I think it was what, 45%, something like that. Chance to avoid stun without reducing the duration, 55%. Yeah, 55% without removing the so I can just go that. I will still get stunned, it will still feel bad, but I could maybe make do with that, between that and stun recovery, even if it's a low one, to where I'm maybe spending 15 divines, you know, or 24 divines, where I can get this and still not feel stuns much. 808 and heartbreak. I had to. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. But yeah, that might be the plan. I don't know. We still might remove the elemental. If we remove the elemental, then we could also go reduce curse effects. We could do that. I'm happy my minions are ailment immune because of purity of elements too. That I'm very, very happy about. I just need to make it so they don't take much in the way of bleeding. And I somehow save some points. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I still don't. I really don't want to lose any more ES. I don't think losing ES is good for my mental. I don't think I can handle this build having even less ES. I guess what I could do, even though I am not immune to crits, which is a pain and it is a shame, but I guess I could go max ES. But thing is, intelligence already gives what, 1% per 5 what? 5 intelligence is 1%, so each intelligence node, in reality, each intelligence node is in reality by default already giving 2% increase ES. Each intelligence node. It is not reflected here, but it does do that. I'm sure POB takes it into account. So I can't really use my intelligence for anything else because I can't afford to not have as much ES as I currently do. And unless I'm going to increase... Like, if this was fine... You can either do Watcher's Eye or Corrupted Chest for crits. Oh yeah, I can do Corrupted Chest actually, because Cloak of Flame is cheap as shit. Good call. Where's Cloak of Flame? Um, 50% reduced damage from crits. And then +1 to all max res if I can. 86. Boom. That's chill. At this point, we're at 80% reduced crits. So we're already close to 100. Plus martial, so I think you should run discipline. I'm already running discipline. This is with discipline. This is without. You don't want to have this ES without discipline. Trust me. It's with a 21 discipline. I could do, I guess, +2 levels to socketed gems instead of +1 maximum res. Maybe that works instead. I could do like +2 socketed AoE or aura gems. There is phase run, there are defensive skills in there, so I want to go with... This gives me 74 ES from discipline leveling up, is what it looks like. So yeah, I'm fine with 80% crit reduction. I'm essentially almost crit immune. Just 20% extra damage. Like, it's unideal, but I'd rather have the ES from the intelligence than use 2 intelligence nodes to do that. You know? I don't know how else we're gonna do it. You know what? Let's see something. Lethal Pride, I guess it's Glorious Vanity, Zibakwa. Let's use the agnostic. Let's see what nodes is in Zibakwa. Do we have energy shield? We have 12% increased max energy shield. We have some max life. 12% increased energy shield. You can't do Zibakwa. I don't plan on going Divine Flesh, but I can go Zibakwa if I need to, because I can then pick up like energy shield and stuff. I was just playing around with the idea of picking up like energy shield from one of them. But yeah, I don't know that it's a thing. I also would lose flash charges, which I don't want to lose. But like I said, I was just playing around with it, seeing what I could or couldn't do, you know. I know Divine Flesh makes it so all damage goes through ES, so I would effectively have a 1-hit pull. And I guess that's not bad when you look at it from a I shall not get touched on my Sanctum run point of view. But in any other, literally any other setting, you're kind of fucked. But yeah, 42 mil. I'm gonna try this. I'm really curious to see if I can reproduce this POB in game. But if I can, of course, without this, I'll just remove this for now. Actually, no, I want to leave it in so I do not forget, because that's how I forgot in the first place. I want to leave this in so I don't forget. I can maybe do that and save a point from like here. But that puts me like under 3k ES. Ain't nobody want that. Ain't nobody want that. Yeah. I could also remove a point from here, but that leaves 3. I wish I could also anoint this one, because if I could, my ES shoots to 3600. But there's no way for me to get here, because I'm anointing this one, and I do not even have the mana space to work with it. Unless I remove something. Precision is required for accuracy. War Banner is required for accuracy. If I just get flat mana, I could potentially outpace precision. I could counter precision rather. Grace is the least needed here. It's needed for mapping scenarios, so you do not end up with a low evasion pool. But in theory, I can straight up just remove Grace. I can straight up remove Grace. I guess. If I removed Grace, I wouldn't have need for... I am curious. By disabling this, I gain 207. By disabling this, I gain 307. If I remove this, if I remove that, still 3 or whatever. This is 296. The ring makes the reservation of this close to the other ones, but it's not quite. So in reality, I don't have to go Purity of Elements has, but it's 80% increased mana reservation though. 80%. Show me the helmets. This is the helmets. This is assuming this one would have level of minion skill gems corrupted. Then you just do suffixes. Make sure you have empty suffixes. And craft 3 with ES being, oh no, with face damage taken as fire, and then raise zombie skeletons. So yeah, we already have mana reservation. Fun fact, I didn't even know mana reservation could roll. You can get more RMR on the helmet. How and how much more are we looking at? Implicits. How much is this? It's like 10%. 10% versus 8% face damage taken as. This face damage taken as can of course be replaced by Watcher's Eye. But the problem with this is then I have to deal with more physical damage. Right now I'm converting 94%. If I take away 8, then I'm taking more than 10% of physical damage as physical. And I do not have any armor. Does 86% phase damage conversion, is that enough to not use armor at all? Keeping in mind I still have 10% phase damage reduction from my ascendancy bone barrier. I still have 10% PDR there, but that's all the PDR I have. And I guess whatever flask I have, that's Taste of Hate, that's converting, which, I mean, there's no basalt or anything, so. So I'd have to deal with 14%. So in a hit of, a shaper hit, let's say a hit of 10k phase damage, I would take 1400 as physical versus 700. Which basically cuts my, am I right, or does that cuts my phase max hit in half, right? Like if I remove this, well, not in half, but it cuts it by a lot. It halves my phase EHP is what I want to say. Okay, this is a lot of brain power being expended right now, and we're not making much progress. We still have 3 points we need to figure out where to remove, and of course we can't just remove 3 points from here, because then there's no point in even being here, because this is just ES recharge rate. This has us removing 2. Three, 1, 4, 8. Three, 3, 0. So this is way better. If I go for mana reservation on my helmets, then I dump charisma and I anoint foresight. This node increases my ES by 200. That would put me at 3500. Why is Cloak of Flame so freaking bad when it comes to ES? Why? I mean, if it's corrupted already, I don't see why I wouldn't put it on 30%. That doesn't change too much. Triad grip, I guess, also technically doesn't help, but I'd also get that to 30%. All surprising gives life. Get a squire with face taken as. Have the squire prices reverted? I wonder. Oh yeah, they have. Base damage taken. You know what I should do? I should do counts. At least one of these. Implicit. Phase taken. Fire. Lightning. Is that chaos? It is this cheap for divines? Shit, let's do that. Okay. Then I would have to corrupt this. Go for any one of these is fine. Chaos would be the best. How much would double corrupted be? Nah, I'm good. It's 150D for a double corrupted base damage taken as. I could look for a second other, I guess. I could do this and save a gem socket, to be honest. Or I could do this and cap myself on crits. But yeah, let's say we get an 8%. You know what? This is supposed to be ideal scenario. So we're going to remove this. Implicit 0. And we're going to corrupt it with phase damage taken as chaos. With this being 8%, because then the damage disappears. Max hit goes high, which is good. Then we can then substitute the helmets with the implicits. Phase from hits taken as this. So this is Eta. Implicit go back to 1. Add implicit Eta. Mana reservation efficiency, get that to like 10%. That puts us at 233 mana. Is that enough to unspec charisma? How much mana do I lose? 98. No. That is not enough. That is not nearly enough. $98. That's basically 100. 133. My current mana cost is like 150 for just one summon Skelly, which is wild, by the way. 147. Oh yeah, my Vivian Sect wants corrupted items. I forgot. So corrupted. I don't need you corrupted. Corrupted. I'd make you a white socket and then corrupt you. Same with you. Get flat mana somewhere. The only place I can do that is my boots. My boots is genuinely the only piece, or maybe my cluster jewels could have mana, but it would have to be the large one that's on the side. Jewel? You mean here? Brutal restraint or what? Which jewel? I don't have any ghastly eye jewels. This is a minion build that has no ghastly eye jewels. This is the first one I've ever made that doesn't have a single ghastly eye jewel. Because if it did, I could easily fit corrupted blood on that one. Oh, geez. This is... So basically, melee, what's it called? Vicious projectiles is supposed to work. So I think I have seen melee fizz not work on POB with converts minions. So it's a bit inconsistent, I guess. I don't remember what I was trying to do, but I used melee fizz and it just didn't work despite the fact that I was using melee physical minions and was converting them. Why are you doing forbidden jewels? For conk ground, regen, anything along those lines, and for negative chaos or cold res for I guess nearby enemies. Nearby being very good in this case. The range of Void Beacon is pretty nice. I like it. I had to Google it. Apparently it's pretty good. So this is why the forbidden jewels. This alone is contributing almost 5 mil damage. It's way more than any ghastly eye jewel will. Unless you're going adorned and you have like 3 sockets to work with, then maybe. I could also consider fitting in a quickening covenant, I guess. It doesn't stack with AG helmets, I'm fairly sure. Why wouldn't it? It's negative res. There's no reason why I wouldn't stack with AG helmet, but I'm also not using negative resistance AG helmets. I'm pretty sure all negative LE res would just stack. Unlike, it's not a yes or no. It's not one of those conditions. It's a nearby enemies are. It's like nearby enemies have exposure. You know, that kind of thing. Though granted, exposure is you either have exposure or you don't. This is different. This one, for example, stacks with Eye of Malice. But either way, I'm not using the AG helmet. I'm using Mask of the Stitched for regen, so I can then go ahead and use Purity of Elements to make everybody ailment immune. Mechanics. Allies can be affected by a single instance of added damage effect of each damage type. Reduced resistance effect doesn't stack. Really? This is news to me. What the fuck is this? Create entertainment. In case anyone wants to know the negative ones, reduce stacks additively. It's the opposite of increase, and less stacks multiplicatively. To opposite of more. Damage effectiveness on gems is multiplicative, yada yada. But this is different. This is looking at early weakness, frostbite, and cold pen, which is not exactly what we're looking for. Affect the damage output aspect button. Is this? Oh, this is Grim Dawn. Already wrong area. Cold resistance stacking. Let's see this. This? Specifically the nearby ones. Let me see if someone... The exposure itself is unique and only one of mechanics, so just corrosive elements and other with confirmation. But having generic affixes like nearby enemies have these stacks. On shotgun shall apply, you can easily test. Yes. This is so exposure works for everyone in multiplayer groups. Also means Arcane is brand relationship and nice because as long as you have 20% chance to get exposure, you want that. People conviction to exposure debuff stacks along with frost bomb. You do realize that having wave when that doesn't majorly release damage as cold applies cold exposure. There's no restriction on minus resistance. Let's try to simulate it on POB, I guess. Before I forget, this is Primal Crush Claw. Primal Crush Claw. Just so I don't forget. Nearby enemies have minus 10% cold resistance. POB says it stocks too. I see no reason why it wouldn't stock. Or nearby, I see no reason why. I could also ask. I could ask around and see, but I think it stacks. Like this one would stack with the AG one if I had both of them. Because it would be very weird if it didn't. Seeing as even what do you call it? Cold occultists try to stack it as much as it does. It says on the wiki it doesn't. Which wiki page? PoE wiki. Resistance, maybe. Maybe resistance loss. Resistance can be reduced by trivial crescent exposure at primary sources. Like primary sources, resistance can go below this and a hard cap of this. Or resistance is yada yada. Resistance inversion, resistance pen, ignore resistance. Uncapped resistance, overcapped resistance. Increase slash modifiers that increase or decrease resistances by percentage are multiplicative against your uncapped resistance. This is directly different from what's like this. This modifier will cause your resistance to be scaled towards 0. 100%. There's a cap of 100% reduced resistances, permanently setting your resistance at 0. Unless elemental doesn't work similarly, but it's multiplicative of itself on other sources. Picking this have failed. Enemies can also have resistances which are indicated beneath their life bar. Each damage type except physical has its own resistance value available on defense tab. Chaos damage is not elemental, does +2. This does not affect it. Chaos rest can be modified by this. Where on the wiki does it say it's res is the character's resistance and the this is the this? It's none of these. Due to some 5 max stress, 70% this is calculated as this. Crown of the Tyrants. Has restrictions on how and where it can be dropped. Is the rarest boss in this. Players protected at the boss front horizontally. Allies can be affected by a single added damage effect of each damage type. Reduced resistance effect doesn't stack. Allies can be affected by a single instance of added damage type effect of each damage type. Reduced resistance effect doesn't stack. It's talking about this one. This one specifically. If I click on this, where is it? I think it's specifying the crown of the tyrant, if I'm being honest. Nearby is not a keyword, yada yada. This is describing nearby. Because I'm basically saying when I was the same wording as occultist. PoE crown does Val Bastion stack with crown of the tyrants. Is it Val Bastion? It's not. Void Beacon, rather. It's Void Beacon. It's still VB. If we're both near the enemies, yeah, this is obvious. Why would those two stack? We delve nearby enemies affix, I think. I don't see any visual indicator, just Void Beacon this. This didn't get an answer. What's last right passive? Oh. No. I'm trying commission but not seeing great difference. I have been testing for a great since Void Gaze doesn't show any type of actual on most sides, makes it harder to tell. What is Void Gaze? Enemies get this to chaos res. This is not the same. This is not the same thing. It's not asking the same things. Not really what we're looking for. Void Beacon. Let's check Void Beacon. Maybe if it says the same thing on Void Beacon, maybe. Oh my lord. There is just nothing. You can't stack the same curse, obviously. Oh my god. I'm tired of looking. Yeah, I mean, in 99% of situations with the AG, it doesn't matter, because even if I wasn't going for, you know, I saw racks on my OBS and I was like, well, why is there racks on my side screen and I see it's there? But anyways, even if I was using this and I wanted to use negative res on my AG, Crown of the Tyrant is not one that comes to mind often. Crown of the Tyrant isn't bad, and it's probably I probably should have thought about it before I thought about this other one, but the one I would have gone for would be, I think it's the influence mod. Nearby enemies take increased elemental damage and have reduced X res. That's what I would have gone for. You just having the helmet that makes nearby enemies take increased damage. That's what I would have done, and I think that one should stack with no problems. But in any case, that's why we have the Forbidden Flesh and Flame. For the AG, we're using Mask of the Stitch. This is our AG setup, by the way. This is the AG setup where we plan on using Gravebind, Legacy of Fury, Mask of the Stitch, Kingmaker, and then a rare chest piece we explode and apply an additional curse, with Gravebind being corrupted with elemental weakness on hit. So yeah, this is my current plan with AG anyways. It should lead to it should lead to really good wave clear. Like pretty good wave clear, to be honest. And we'll see how it goes. There's also the chance, there's also an I guess I haven't applied Scorch, have I? Nearby enemies are scorched. Oh my god, I can't spell. 50% increase effect of scorch, right? Yeah, it's the exact same damage. 50% increased effect of scorch. Legacy of Fury. The fuck? Kingmaker. Crush Claw, elemental weakness. I don't have elemental weakness here, right? Yeah, I just have frostbite. So 44 million DPS from just the archers from both sets. If we're to add, again, let's do the simple calculations to get a rough idea of how much DPS we have before we end the stream. Combine DPS, please. Just let me deal with this much quicker. Well, summon skeleton 121. Well, summon skellies. Skelly soldiers are doing. Doesn't show. It's not showing. Pasta? Okay, good. Let's make sure the archer is the same. If I were to have one and I were to have one there, is it the same? Archer default attack. Vow summon skeleton 1. Archer default attack. It's not responding. Yeah, not the same. Why are they not the same? I'm so bloody confused, it's not even funny. Why is it not the same if we're both looking at archers? For Val summon Skelly of archers, we're looking at the archers. There's nothing I can do to change that. But for this one, it should be entirely possible to switch between archers and soldiers, and there's no way they're doing the same amount of damage because they both have that going for them. Any idea? I think this is just POB being POB at this point. The caster, this is the regular skeleton. If I do this, it just ignores it. I'm fixing my filter, so not listening. Okay, that's fine. So basically this is telling me that no matter what, it is gonna use the Vaal Summon Skeleton Soldier the moment you use Vaal Summon Skeleton. But then the regular Summon Skeleton can vary. So according to this, let's assume it's this one. Our melee skeletons are doing 1.3 mil DPS. And just to make sure they are, let's remove a weakened cold pen. Yes, they are affected. They are both affected. If I remove vicious projectiles, the archers are affected way more. The skeletons are, because there's increased face damage here, but you don't use the 60% more of the vicious projectiles. So if I'm doing 1.3 mil per skeleton, I have no idea how much damage the general is doing, but I would say a sizable amount. But anyways, 1.3 mil. How many skeletons are there? There's 25 of them. Plus a general. What do the general stats look like in comparison to regular summon skeleton? PoEDB. Vaal Summon Skeletons. Can I see their stats? Summon Skeleton General. I think is how I find it. I have no idea how to find the DPS, I guess, but if I do this and I duplicate and I take this one back, I can see a level. What level am I on? Level 29. Level 88 requires level 88, so 88 skeletons. This is the base damage. Then let's go with summon skeleton. Is this, where is Spectre? General army, mannequin. I think this is just Spectre in general. 88, same thing here. No Spectre, no nothing. So I'll just assume this is the default one we're looking at. 88. Yeah, this is the one we use, I think. 1557 to 2000. It does more damage than the freaking general. Oh wait, I swear to God, I didn't know this was a thing. Hey yo, what? Did you know the general from Vaal Summon Skelly has a buff that gives 10% phase as extra fire? No, I think that's specifically for it, not for allies, because it doesn't say allies. But I didn't know he did that. But in terms of base damage, it is actually worse than the regular skeleton. Why is it a general then? What the fuck? That makes no sense. Why is it a general? If it's trash. What do I know? Anyways, I'm not going to add the general because his stat should be lower. So we are looking at 25 soldiers times 25. That's 32.5 mil coming out of our regular Vow Summon Skellies. And then this being 23, we're looking at 44 mil DPS. Because there's 11 and there's 12. 23. He gives an aura. The page just said he gains the thingy. If it's an aura, then that's pretty decent because all our skeletons get phase as extra fire, which is pretty good. So then we're looking at 32.5 plus 39 points, well, 40. So we should be doing 72.5 mil DPS with this build as is, so long as we remove this. Perfectly balanced. 72 mil DPS. This is gonna be my build for my last build for the league. I think I'm going to sink all my future currency into this, and the first step is farming for my sword. I'm actually gonna push for this build. 72.5 million DPS while being tanky with some permanent flask effects. Now, if we were to switch our Tides of Time with, say, if we were to switch our Tides of Time with, what's it called, a Mage Blood, it would just fit right in too. So we can always do that. But I low-key want to see what my max hit looks like with a Progenesis instead of Taste of Hate. Oh, my fixed max hit suffers so much. But my other max hits are still the same. I guess I should do this one. Plus 200% cold resistance. I want to see what it's like. All my max hits suffered, including my, like, EHP went down, I think. Yeah. So Taste of Hate is unironically better than Progenesis. But if I had to put it in place of the Jade Flask, well, it didn't really do shit. Why? How come? Oh, I'm CI. I forgot. God damn it. I forgot. I don't know. In all this time, I had Progenesis in the back of my head, which is why I was like, my max hit went down and shit. I forgot our CI. I was like, Progenesis should be OP. Well, in that case, Taste of Hate it is. And Jade Flask. It means there's the biggest expense in this build is going to be the sword. I currently have some bases I plan to try to craft with. I actually prepared them ahead of today's stream thinking I was going to find the time to do it. But as we saw, there was no time to do it. So what we're going to do is... I'm going to wait until stream before I actually use the bases. But till then, I'm going to keep farming. I have almost 10 divines in essences, I believe. I have a lot of currency. 10 divines in there, so I have 30 like here. This is like 26, so that's 40 whatever, that's like 56 total div or something. So I'm going to keep farming essence and of course try to get like 1 or 2 veiled orbs by tomorrow, and we'll try to also get more components, and maybe I'll start alt rolling these ones so I can get the affixes I'm looking for. But yeah, I would try to do some prep work beforehand so that we can have a crafting stream where I try to get my anarchic spirit blade. And if I get it, woo! Keep in mind we might honestly miss a crit affix. And if I get one crit and I don't get the other, and I get faster attacks, for example, I'm gonna keep it. Wait, this is minus 29 DPS. No shots. What is happening here? What if it's this that goes? Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah. So faster attacks can replace crit strikes. What do I if it replaces crit damage? Yeah. So faster attacks is acceptable. Multi-strike is not. None of these others. Maybe maim is acceptable. Yeah, maim is acceptable too. Maim is acceptable. I mean, we obviously want double crits, but if we get maim, if we get increased crits, if we get increased crit damage, if we like when we reforge crits, the goal would be to land on increased crit strike or damage, and then exalt to try to see if I can get what I want. If there is room for an exalt, if not, I just re-roll it. So I doubt I can farm up to 100 div by tomorrow, but I think I can maybe make it to 60, maybe close to 70 even. And because this is not a weapon we need right now, I'm going to be patient with it, and I'm going to try to get as good of a sword as I can craft. And the best part about this sword is it's doable next season too. Bloody expensive, but it's doable. And if you do not want to use this like early on in the season, if you want to league start this, I would honestly go for a replica covenant setup. Get 7 link that way until you're ready to craft the blade. I think that is the way to go. But yeah, that's insane. And the fact that we are not bothered about stats at all, even though we only have 1 boot because we get resistances from a lot of places. We get this is a very min-maxed POB, to be very honest with you, but it's gonna be fun to actually try to pursue this, because you know what, to actually accurately simulate my DPS, I'm going to go Val summon Skelly. It should give me 72, right? So I'm going to go Val summon Skeletons. And I'm going to put 24, right? 24, 25. Because it's this number we're looking at, 25 soldiers. And then I think we can go in here. No, we can go in here. And make sure it's on these skeletons. Yeah, 70, 39, 29. This is accurate. So this is kind of what our DPS should actually look like, which is wild. I might exclude this from the POB whenever I'm sending it to anyone, simply because they'll be confused as to where I'm getting the value from, and then I'll have to explain. And I also don't want to count the skeleton the regular skeletons DPS because, well, it's regular skeletons, right? But yeah, we're gonna start putting this together and we'll see how the build goes. Hopefully we end up with a very solid tier 17 farmer. And we don't get any rips on our AG because that shit would cost a couple divines to put together. Maybe actually with Kingmaker's current price, it shouldn't cost anything too serious. Because Kingmaker is like Kingmaker has like 1.5 divines this league because everyone's going I guess everybody's going Spectres. So yeah, wild. And if I were to come to this same POB and I'm to look at the Pinnacle Boss DPS, that's 23 mil Pinnacle, Uber Pinnacle. So I can actually use this build to do Uber bosses. And I'm gonna try Uber Elder with it. It's because T0 are not rare. Because of the farming strategy, the T17 farming strategies, yeah. I mean, I think it's a bit of both because even if they were as common as they were in this league, I don't see it being 1.5 divines if Raid Lord wasn't this popular. I'm just not sure I see it. Everyone is playing Holy Relic. That is true. Holy Relic is pretty popular. I don't know. Everyone, hello. Everyone I see is playing Spectres. Maybe I'm just the weird one, and I find Spectres fun, and that's why I'm only around Spectre people. You know, show me your friends, and I show you who you are. That kind of situation. But we'll see. I'm getting actually quite excited about this build, so we'll see how it goes. With 230 mana and 150 spell cost, it is going to be quite dicey to cast it, especially alongside our Arcanist brand. So we're going to have to try to cast to get our... We're going to have to get our... What's it called? Down first. Our archers. So the playstyle would look like you go in there, you drop your archers, then you drop... If you have Val, you drop Val, you know. Soul Reaper might just become permanent over Grace Flask unless you're pushing content. Then you would go Grace. Could be something like that. And yeah, 3000 ES. We'll see how that works. I still want more, I'll be honest, but without a chess piece that's giving a good amount of ES, it's just not gonna happen. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. In any case, this has been a pretty good stream, I would say. I can't believe I spent 7 hours on one POB just today, and this is excluding yesterday. So like 7 hours on one POB, but I think it's finally ready-ish. We still have too many points, and we still have to trim them down. But we'll see how it goes. Tomorrow is Sunday, right? Yes. So I'm gonna be back on Monday, and with that said, I should be able to farm even more by then, I think, is what is going through my head right now. So looking forward to it. Those are rookie numbers. True. 7 hours is just today. It's just today. We spent almost all of last stream also planning the same thing. So the time is stacking. Anyways, we'll be back on Monday, hopefully with a crafting stream, and hopefully we get what we're looking for. If we don't, then, you know, Sag. But I'm gonna throw currency at that sword, and it's gonna give me what I want. It's gonna give me what I want, what I really, really want. I spent a whole week doing POB for this league. Lol. I mean, I did the same thing for my my Baronite Preacher build, which ended up being a Wretch Defiler build in the end. So, you know, you're logging. Yep, Scrunchy, you missed the what was it today? The build planning stream, but just know we're cooking up a raised skeleton of archer build that should have insane damage and should be tanky as hell. We're going to be trying to craft the 10-11 link sword on Monday, and that's basically how we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it, slow. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate the company, Kat, as always. I appreciate it. I also appreciate all the comments on the build and the brain work. Captain Noob, I know he left earlier. He also threw in a couple ideas here and there. So thank you to him. And Scrunchy, thanks for stopping by at the end. Still appreciated. I'm gonna see you guys on Monday. Till then, good night.